Training the Child's Heart, Practical Hints for Christian Parents by Clay Trumbull, originally published in 1891.
Audiobook produced and copyrighted by scrollreader.com. Preface. Short suggestions on child training may be more helpful than a full, detailed discussion, which could feel overwhelming. It's often easier to understand how to respond to one particular need in a child than to understand how that one need fits into a larger, complex system of training. That's why I offer these simple hints for young parents, even though I wouldn't attempt to write a full and formal book on the entire subject. 30 years ago, when I was a young father, a friend who knew I had long been interested in education asked me, "Trumbull, what is your theory of child training?" I answered, "Theory? I don't have a theory anymore. I had plenty of theories before I had children, but now I just try carefully and prayerfully to do what seems best at the moment, whether or not it fits with my old theories." Any ideas or principles found in these hints have come through experience. I learned them by working with children, not by following a theory I had before becoming a parent. Every suggestion in these pages comes from real life, what I've seen and tried as both a father and a grandfather, and has been considered alongside the practical advice of experienced educators. These hints began as help for a friend. I continued writing them because people showed interest. Now I share them in this complete form, hoping they will help parents who are looking for something more practical than untested theories in the area of child training. Clay Trumbull. Editor's note from 2025. After republishing 2 of Trumbull's books, one on prayer and the other on assurance of salvation, I was eager to work on his book about parenting. As a parent with many children, I found this book open my mind to aspects of parenting I hadn't considered deeply before. Chapters like honoring a child's individuality and training a child as a questioner gave me much to reflect on. As a parent, are you helping your believing child come to their own convictions? Or are you simply trying to shape them to match your own thinking in a forceful way? Are you teaching them to think for themselves and to test things by the scriptures? I remember one father who, without realizing it, took over his children's consciences. Should parents guide their children? Yes, but we must guide them to think biblically. If they end up thinking differently than we do in some areas, yet can show us their reasoning from Scripture, that's far better than having a child who simply says, "Dad said," but can't explain or defend their beliefs. Will you find things in this book, as in all parenting books, that you might not fully agree with? Certainly. For instance, the chapter, Will Training rather than Will Breaking, might seem too soft, perhaps lessening the weight of a needed truth. Yet it's followed by the place of must in training, which shows that Trumbull, like most of us, is seeking to balance different truths wisely. With so many modern parenting ideas that stray from Scripture, I hope this book offers biblical wisdom and practical help on parenting topics you may not have thought about before. What precious souls the Lord has entrusted to us in our children. May God give us grace to love them well. Chapter 1. Child Training. What is it? The word training, like teaching, is used in different ways, so people often understand it differently when it refers to one part of a parent's responsibility in raising children. In fact, the words training and teaching are often used as if they mean the same thing and cover everything involved in a child's education. Sometimes training is said to include teaching, and sometimes teaching is said to include training. But in a more specific sense, training means shaping, developing, and guiding a child's own abilities and character. Teaching, on the other hand, means giving the child knowledge that comes from outside himself. It has been said that teaching means helping someone know something. In the same way, training means helping someone do something. Teaching gives knowledge. Training builds skill. Teaching fills the mind. Training shapes the habits. Teaching gives something new. Training helps the child use what he already has. We teach a child the meanings of words. We train him to speak and to walk. We teach him truths we have already learned. We train him in how to study, so he can learn more truths on his own. Teaching and training must go hand in hand if a child is to be raised wisely. One without the other will not do the job well. A person may know how to teach a child, but if he doesn't know how to train him too, he is not fully equipped to guide that child's education. Training is possible even before teaching begins. Long before a child can understand words, he can feel and respond to efforts meant to shape him. A child can be trained to fall asleep in someone's arms, or in a cradle, or in a bed, with or without rocking, in light or darkness, in a noisy room or a quiet one, to eat at regular times or whenever he wants, before he can understand why any of these habits matter. A baby can be trained to cry for what he wants, or to stay quiet to get it. In reality, children begin being trained much earlier than they are taught. Many are well into life's training by the time they are 6 weeks old, though no formal teaching starts until months later. There is an important insight found in the meaning of the Hebrew word translated train in our English Bible. This word appears only twice in the Old Testament, and doesn't appear at all in the New. It is used to describe those raised in Abraham's household, the faithful patriarch, Genesis 14:14, and again in a well-known proverb that urges parents to train up their children with wisdom and care, Proverbs 22:6. Nowhere else in Scripture is this Hebrew word or any of its forms used. The Hebrew word translated train is unique. Its root meaning is to rub the gullet, and it comes from an ancient custom among some early peoples. When a baby was born, it was common to open its throat by rubbing it with blood, saliva, or another sacred substance, to help the child begin life by receiving something from another life. The idea behind this word is that just as this act helps a newborn begin breathing and swallowing properly, so the right kind of training should begin at a child's very birth to help shape their early habits of life. Both Abraham, known for his faith, and Solomon, known for his wisdom, seem to believe that training should begin from the very start, not delayed until later. Training should begin at birth, but it must not stop there. The first step in child training may be helping the baby breathe and swallow, but that is only the beginning. Training continues through the entire period of childhood and touches every part of a child's behavior and development. It affects how a child sleeps and wakes, laughs and cries, eats and drinks, looks and moves, shows self-control, and treats others. Training does not change a child's basic nature, but it changes how that nature is expressed. It doesn't give a child completely new qualities, but it helps suppress or control some traits while strengthening others. As a result, the overall character may look so different from the beginning that it seems like a new person entirely. In this sense, training is almost like making the child over again. Child training means guiding, shaping, and managing a child's feelings, thoughts, words, and actions throughout every part of life from birth to the end of childhood. And no one with understanding can deny that this is a vital part of raising a child well. Chapter 2. The Duty of Training Children. Many parents make the mistake of thinking their main duty is to love and advise their children instead of loving and training them. They believe it is enough to tell their children what they should do, rather than to make sure they actually do it. The power of a parent's training is often greatly underestimated. Some parents assume that because their child is naturally timid or bold, talkative or silent, generous or selfish, overly studious or only interested in play, those traits must remain unchanged unless the child eventually outgrows them or is persuaded by advice and encouragement to change. One father says, "My son is uncontrollable. He's full of energy and stirs up trouble at home. When he visits others, he either insists on having things his own way or doesn't want to go back. I wish he were calmer, but I can't change him. I've talked to him many times, and I hope he'll grow out of it. Punishment wouldn't change who he is." A caring mother, meanwhile, feels troubled because her son is so shy that he embarrasses her in front of guests. He hides, puts his fingers in his mouth, refuses to shake hands or speak clearly, and won't even say thank you when given something. The same issues arise with children's interests. One child loves to hear stories but won't sit still to look at pictures or draw. Another reads books about travel and adventure, but has no interest in simple stories or practical books. These personality traits are natural, but that doesn't mean they must remain disruptive or dominant. Children can be trained in nearly any area. Their natural tendencies can be shaped and directed so they don't appear in unpleasant or excessive ways. It is both the responsibility and the privilege of a parent, by God's help, to lead their children to become and do what is right, not just what they want. If this were not possible, the role of a parent would be far smaller and less valuable. A parent who doesn't see that children must be trained as well as taught misses one of the greatest opportunities of parenthood and fails in one of their most important duties. A skilled doctor who leads an institution for treating children with mental or developmental challenges has observed that some children lack just one key quality, even though they seem fairly normal in every other way. Or they may have an excess of the opposite trait, which creates imbalance. One girl, for example, has no sense of honesty. She actually enjoys stealing for its own sake. She might even snatch a ball of butter from the table and hide it in her dress. If this tendency isn't corrected while she's still young, she could grow up to be one of those respectable women who steal from stores under the label of kleptomania. Another child, a boy, has no regard for truth. He lies without reason, even when it's not in his interest to do so. Many adults like this exist today. Some even hold respected positions in churches or Christian ministries. Still others may lack modesty, reverence, natural affection, or self-control, whether over their tempers or their nerves. The problems vary widely. But the physician isn't hopeless about any of these children. His work is to identify what each child is missing and meet that need, to find which traits are excessive and bring them under control, to understand the child's weaknesses and train accordingly. In truth, every child is imperfect and undeveloped in some way. There are no flawless children. All of them need discipline in some areas and encouragement in others. But every child can be guided toward a more balanced character through wise Christian training. Every home should be like a healing center for underdeveloped children. Every father and mother should act like skilled physicians, carefully and lovingly guiding their child's growth. There is great potential in this calling and great responsibility as well. Chapter 3. Scope and Limitations of Child Training. Child training can accomplish a great deal, but it cannot accomplish everything when it comes to shaping a child's abilities and future. Every child can be trained in the way he should go, but not every child can be trained to go the same way. Each child can be trained to fully use the gifts he has, but not to use gifts he doesn't possess. A child can be trained to reach his greatest potential, but not the potential of someone else. Training must always work within the natural limits of each child's capacity. A child born blind can be trained to use his other senses so effectively that he may accomplish more than a poorly trained child who can see. But that blind child will never be able to tell colors apart from a distance. A child with a dull ear for music can still be trained to gain some musical skill, but a deaf child will never be trained to recognize sounds. Training can improve every sense, skill, or part of the body the child has, but it cannot create a new sense, skill, or body part that isn't already there. Training can bring out the very best in a child, but it cannot change who the child is at the core. Often, people are quicker to notice the limits of training than to understand how much it can truly do. In fact, many of the limits people assume are not real at all. Some would say you can't change a child's form, features, or facial expression through training. But in truth, these things can be changed significantly. With steady effort, and sometimes mechanical help, the chest can be broadened, a crooked spine straightened, a deformed limb corrected. In some cultures, the shape of the head, feet, ears, or lips is changed deliberately from birth. And in every culture, the expression of the face can be reshaped over time through consistent training. What's true physically is also true mentally and morally. Within each child's natural limits, training can have a wide range of effects. A naturally nervous child won't become calm and slow-moving like someone with a different temperament, and a calm, quiet child won't become naturally excitable. But a quick, impulsive child can be trained to speak and act with more care, and a sluggish child can be trained to move and think with more energy. You cannot train an imbalanced or limited mind to become a brilliant one. You cannot turn a child with little moral feeling into one with a deeply sensitive conscience. But you can awaken surprising ability in a dull child through training. You can stir and develop the moral sense in any child who has the ability to tell right from wrong. The clear limits of what a child can become through training are usually obvious to a parent. If a child is missing one of the physical senses, no amount of training can restore that sense. Still, with wise training, the child can often overcome many of the challenges caused by that loss. Likewise, if a child has clear mental or moral deficiencies that place him below the average level of ability, then even the best training cannot be expected to raise him above that level. But if a child has the normal senses, normal mental abilities, and normal moral awareness typical of others, then, by God's blessing, he can be trained to use those abilities fully and well, even if they were weak or undeveloped at the beginning. In short, if a child is seriously impaired from birth or by some early injury, then what is possible in training will be limited. But if a child has a typical level of ability, then how those abilities are shaped, developed, and used will largely depend on how the child is trained. It is training, then, that often determines whether a child becomes graceful or clumsy, gentle or rough, thoughtful or careless in his behavior toward others. It influences whether he is hard to manage or willing to obey, orderly or disorganized in his daily responsibilities, diligent in study or neglectful, hardworking or lazy. It affects the kind of preferences he develops in food, clothing, books, entertainment, and friendships, whether they are refined or crude. In all these areas, a child's behavior reflects the training he has received or shows the lack of the training he needed. Chapter 4. Discerning a child's special need of training. Someone once said that a mother is quite right when she proudly declares, "There never was such a child as this before," because it's true. Every child is entirely new and unique. Each one begins the life as though he were the only child in the world, and the very first. At birth, he is less like anyone else than he ever will be again. He doesn't follow a set pattern. He hasn't received any passed-down ideas. He doesn't care what others think. He is, at first, completely his own person in how he thinks, feels, and responds. And that uniqueness is exactly what makes him different from everyone else. If a child were truly left alone, he would remain in his natural state. But no child is ever truly left alone. He is always being shaped by training. That training can just as easily lead him deeper into selfishness and sin as it can prepare him to walk in what is right. In many cases, child training presses a child into outward conformity with the world, rather than guiding him toward the fear of the Lord. The great task in training a child is to discern where he needs encouragement toward what is right and where he needs correction, knowing that true godliness begins with a changed heart, which only God can give. In medicine, one of the most vital skills a good doctor must have is the ability to make a correct diagnosis. If a master physician could accurately identify every disease, then treating the patient would usually be simple. Even a recent graduate or a trained nurse could follow instructions and give the right care. But without the correct diagnosis, even the best efforts of the most skilled doctor might do no good. In the same way, a parent must learn to diagnose the condition of the child's heart and habits. That means noticing the child's faults and recognizing where training is most needed. Until this understanding is gained, no attempt at training will be truly wise or effective. Once the diagnosis is clear, the path to proper training becomes much easier. Yet it is not easy to identify a child's specific faults, and therefore to know that child's specific need for training. Many parents become upset by the child's best traits, while they overlook or underestimate the child's greatest weaknesses. Others clearly see that their child has faults, but cannot name them clearly or rank them in order of seriousness. A father might complain, "That boy's questions are wearing me out. He's always asking something, and such strange questions too. I can't take it." Yet that same boy may be full of promise because of his curiosity. Or take the child who has a sharp mind and strong interests and is willing to work hard, but only in the things he enjoys. His parents may not see this as a problem, but his unwillingness to apply himself in areas of duty rather than in personal preference is a weakness. If this is not corrected, it may hinder him from becoming all he could be. He may grow into a second-rate man when he could have been a first-rate one, strong in one area but lacking balance and maturity. Such a boy is often allowed to follow his own path because it doesn't seem harmful and he shows real ability in it. Yet this very strength can blind his parents to the fault that needs training. And so that boy may go untrained in this area until he is beyond correction, simply because his main fault is not seen by those who could have dealt with it, and who would have done so willingly if they had recognized how serious it truly was. Parents must study their children carefully and learn to see with discernment their specific faults. It helps to ask hard, honest questions. What are my child's specific faults? Where is he weakest? In what direction might his greatest strength lead him astray? When is he most likely to fail or give in? Which of his faults is most serious? Which fault should be addressed first? These questions should be asked at times of calm reflection, not in the middle of frustration or conflict. Emotions, whether affection or irritation, can cloud good judgment. These questions need to be considered seriously and prayerfully, without haste. A parent should not ignore the honest criticisms of neighbors or the kind advice of friends when trying to understand his child's faults. Few parents have the clear judgment, fairness, and wisdom needed to fully know their children and to rightly weigh each trait, fault, and strength without error or bias. Just as a judge is considered unfit to rule on a case where he has a personal stake, and a doctor is cautious about diagnosing his own illness, so a parent can be influenced by affection or personal interest and may not see his child's character with full clarity. Even though each parent must ultimately decide how to care for and guide their own children, they should be willing to consider what others think and say about their children while making those decisions. The thoughts and insights of others, especially competent educators, deserve attention from any parent who wants to train their children wisely. There is little danger that a parent will think too much about their child's specific needs or have too much help in forming a wise conclusion. The real danger is that the entire subject will be overlooked or taken too lightly. If a parent were to ask a fair and honest friend, someone familiar with the children and capable of good judgment, "What do you think is my child's greatest fault or weakness?" the answer might come as a complete surprise. Often the flaw named by the friend is one the parent had never even noticed. This can happen for different reasons. Sometimes the child shares the same flaw as the parent, and because the parent is blind to that fault in themselves, they cannot see it in their child. Other times the child is very different from the parent, and the parent struggles to even recognize or understand that child's temperament or behavior, even though it is obvious to others. For example, a child may be very quiet because of deep emotions, but a parent who tends to express feelings loudly and openly may mistake this quietness for coldness. The opposite is also true. An expressive child may seem overly emotional to a reserved parent. That is why parents need help from trusted friends who are kind and impartial, and from teachers who observe their children in different settings. Without this outside input, a parent may never truly understand the child's character or needs. And if a parent cannot see clearly, they will not be able to train effectively. God has entrusted the responsibility of training children to their parents. But along with that responsibility comes the duty to learn, by every proper means, what the child needs and how best to meet those needs. Chapter 5. Will training rather than will breaking. The strength of a child's will plays a central role in his character and conduct, just as it does in an adult. The way a child learns to use or misuse his will reveals how he is growing in wisdom or in folly. Because of this, the wise shaping and careful guiding of a child's will is one of the highest duties of those entrusted with his training. At the same time, it must be clearly understood that the will must be renewed by the Holy Spirit. Only through the new birth can the heart be made truly obedient to God. Yet even so, parents are still called to train and discipline the will of the child, trusting that God may use such means in his saving work. Training a child means dealing with their will because their choices flow from their heart. Our goal is not to crush their spirit, but to lovingly teach them to submit their will to God and to what is right. Scripture warns parents not to provoke or discourage their children, so harsh, humiliating methods that break a child down have no place in Christian parenting. At the same time, the Bible shows that stubborn self-will is deadly. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, and loving discipline is meant to drive it away. In the deepest sense, what every child needs is not just the stronger will, but a new heart, a heart broken over sin and made alive to God by the new birth. So parents should neither crush their children's personhood nor leave their rebellion untouched. They should firmly but tenderly oppose sinful self-will, while praying that God himself will break their pride and give them a humble, willing heart. When I speak of the will, I mean the child's God-given capacity to choose, especially in matters of right and wrong. To break a child's will is to force him to act outwardly, while his heart remains opposed, overpowering him in a way that suppresses the very faculty God designed him to use. To train the will, however, is to guide, correct, and shape it, so that the child learns to love what is good and freely choose it. When a child is compelled to act against his will, his outward obedience lacks the dignity and sincerity that Scripture calls for. True obedience is from the heart. But when a child chooses what is right because he sees its goodness and submits from the heart, this reflects God's design for human responsibility and honors the image of God in him. The will is part of the child's inner person. It must be shaped with patience and care, firmly, but never crushed. Parents and teachers hold authority as stewards before God. Their aim is not to dominate the child's will, but to shepherd it, showing the same regard God himself shows for every person made in his image. Throughout Scripture, God calls his people to choose the way of life. See, I have set before you today life and good, death and evil. He commands, instructs, warns, and disciplines, but he does not treat his creatures as machines. In the same way, we train children not by stripping away their ability to choose, but by faithful teaching, loving discipline, and prayerful dependence on God, longing that he would give them a new heart that delights to do his will. In this, as in all things, God allows people to exercise their will, either toward life and good, or toward death and evil. Even the strictest Calvinist and the broadest Arminian agree on this point. God grants man the freedom to choose. No matter how they differ on how God enables the will, both acknowledge that man is permitted to act according to his own choice. It is God who works in you to will and to act according to his good pleasure. But that is not the same as God overruling or crushing man's ability to will. Rather, God has ordained that every human being is free to choose and will bear the consequences of that choice. Yes, God clearly sets out the results of each path. If a person chooses good, life follows. If he chooses evil, death follows. The rewards and consequences are declared beforehand, but the decision still rests with the individual, and each soul will spend eternity in the outcome of its own choice. When Joshua stood before Israel as God's representative, he did not say, "You will choose to serve God, whether you want to or not, and God will break your will if you resist." No, he said, "If it seems evil to you to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve." As God, our wise and loving Father, deals with his children, so we, as earthly parents, should deal with ours. We must honor and protect their ability to choose. We should do everything we can to lead them toward good and right decisions. But we must never, never, never force their choice, not even toward what we wisely desire for them. The responsibility for the choice and its consequences belongs to the child, not the parent. A child's will ought to become strong in choosing what is right. If this strength is lacking at first, as it often is, it is the parent's responsibility to guide, correct, and train the will toward righteousness. But to break or crush a child's will is contrary to the very purpose of training it. When the struggle between parent and child becomes nothing more than whose will is stronger, the matter has descended into a contest of mere force. Whether a parent demands something sinful that the child rightly resists, or whether the parent demands something good, such as reciting scripture or praying, if the situation becomes simply a clash of wills detached from instruction, love, and moral persuasion, it is still a conflict of brute force. And when brute force wins, both sides lose, for victory in such a battle always harms both the one who dominates and the one who is subdued. If a parent truly desires the child to do what is right, the goal is not merely to make the child comply, but to shape the child so that his will moves in the same direction, to help him see the goodness of the command and embrace it from the heart. To force one will to bow to another without guiding the heart and conscience injures the parent's authority and the child's moral growth alike. Let's look at an example. A father says to his strong-willed son, "Johnny, shut that door." Johnny replies, "I won't." The father insists, "You shall." Johnny repeats, "I won't." Now the conflict is no longer about the door. It's become a war between two wills, father and son. Many parents believe that this is the moment the child's will must be broken, especially those parents who are most serious about their duty. But this is exactly where the danger begins. Here, in the desire to win, many well-meaning Christian parents fall into the trap of trying to break a child's will instead of training it. The parent refuses to give in. The child does the same. It becomes a battle between an irresistible force and an immovable object. Yes, the parent may succeed in forcing the child to do what he doesn't want to do, just like the tortures of the Inquisition could force a prisoner to say things he did not believe. But in both cases, the victory is not real. The person under pressure is harmed, and the cause of truth or righteousness gains nothing from that kind of submission. What if God treated his children this way? Would we not be crushed instead of loved and led? Let us not treat our own children in ways that our Father in heaven would never treat us. What, then, should be done when a child refuses to obey, as in the case of Johnny and the door? First, it must be said, it would have been far better if the parent had not escalated the situation by responding to Johnny's refusal with a sharp and final, "You shall." That kind of direct confrontation sets up a battle of wills. But once that battle has begun, however unfortunate, what should happen next? The parent should respond with gentleness and love, not with harshness, and never, never, never in anger. The parent can calmly and tenderly point the child toward a better way, urging him to make a wiser, more honorable choice. Often, the very absence of anger or force from the parent will lead the child to change his mind and do what he first refused to do. But if things go to the extreme, which should rarely, if ever, happen, then the parent might say, "Johnny, I'm going to let you choose. You can either shut that door or take a spanking." Now the child is presented with a new decision. His will is still free. He has not been forced, only faced with the consequences of his choice. But it must be clear, the parent has no right to say, "I will discipline you until you shut that door." That would be to remove the child's ability to choose. It would be to crush his will, not guide it. No parent is justified in doing this. If the child chooses the spanking instead of obedience, the parent must accept that outcome and begin again next time with renewed patience and guidance. And of course, even in punishment, there must be no harshness or cruelty. Civil law forbids it, and so does God's law of love. A father, as a father, is not given the right to replace his child's will with his own. His role is not to overpower the child's will, but to patiently lead and guide it, seeking to bring the child to choose what is right, in harmony with the direction the father knows to be good. Throughout his training, a child should always know the clear consequences of his choices and be allowed to choose with that understanding. There is a rightful place for punishment in training, but punishment must be the just consequence of a choice, not a use of force to override the child's will. A child should never be punished unless he knew at the time he chose what was wrong that his action would bring that specific penalty. In most cases, it is better for a parent to avoid a direct conflict with a child than to seek one, or even to meet one head-on. In training a child's will, there is often greater success in giving the child a clear choice between the consequences of obedience or disobedience. This reflects God's own way of setting before us both reward and punishment. For example, a wise young mother was about to give her little boy a piece of candy he greatly valued. Just then, he addressed a visiting lady with a familiar term used only by older family members. The mother gently reminded him how he ought to speak to the guest. He refused. "Then I can't let you have this candy," she said. "All right," he replied stubbornly. "I'd rather go without the candy than say what you told me to." The mother calmly turned away, taking the candy with her. An hour later, the boy came to her and said, "Mama, maybe you can give me that candy now. I will always call that lady just what you told me to." A few quiet words from the mother confirmed the lesson, and from that moment on, the child obeyed in that area, not because his will was broken, but because it had been wisely guided. But what if the situation is more urgent? Suppose a child is told to leave the room and he refuses, and it is very important that he not remain there. Should he be allowed to stay even if it harms him? In cases where the main concern is simply to get the child out of the room, and there is no time for training, he may need to be removed by physical strength. But that action does not train the child's will. It does not break it either. It simply ignores the will for the sake of an immediate, practical outcome. This would be the case, for instance, if the house were on fire or the child had fallen ill. In such moments, moving the child is more important than addressing the state of his will. But that has nothing to do with will training or will breaking. That distinction must be kept in mind. Now, if the parent's goal is to confront and win a battle of wills, to settle it once for all that the child must yield, then yes, brute force might be used. But such pressure can do deep harm. In some cases, children have died under that kind of strain before their will ever broke. Or if the will does break, the damage is done for life, to both child and parent. The child becomes a slave to the overpowering will of the parent, and the parent takes on a controlling authority that was never theirs to assume. Both walk away with a wrong view of parental leadership, a wrong understanding of a child's obedience, and a distorted image of how God rules as our Heavenly Father. But there is a better way. If this moment is an opportunity to teach the child how to use his will rightly, to choose obedience to someone wiser and appointed by God for his care, then neither forced removal nor will breaking is needed. Instead, there is a higher path, patiently and firmly guiding the child to choose what is right, not out of fear, but out of a trained, willing heart. In the situation where a child refuses to obey, such as being told to leave a room, the parent should follow the same approach already described in the example of the father and the door. The mother should immediately commit herself to firm yet gentle efforts to lead the child to use his own will, freely and willingly, in the direction of obedience. If needed, everything else in the home, eating, sleeping, daily activities, can pause until the child, under steady, loving instruction and heartfelt appeal, has chosen to do what is right, has chosen to be obedient. This is the clear difference between training the will and breaking the will. Breaking crushes, training guides. Even in the world of animal training, this truth has been recognized. The older idea that a creature's will must be broken has been replaced by more effective methods. Trainers like Rary and Gleason became known for their remarkable results with horses, not because they broke their wills, but because they trained them. A respected dog trainer, S.T. Hammond, based his approach on this same principle. One of his book titles makes the point plainly: training versus breaking. His counsel for handling a young dog could easily be advice for a parent training a young child. Do not fail to abundantly caress him and speak kindly words. Never, under any circumstances, no matter the provocation, allow yourself to scold or strike him at this early stage, as this is entirely at variance with our system and is sure to result in the defeat of our plans. Be very gentle with him at all times. Carefully study his disposition and learn all of his ways, that you may the more readily understand just how to manage him. You should be in perfect sympathy with him, humor all his whims and notions, and endeavor to teach him that you truly love him. In a short time you will find that this love will be returned tenfold, and that he is ever anxiously watching for your coming, and never so happy as when in your presence and enjoying your caresses. All of this, remember, is meant to bring the animal's will into loving submission to the trainer, not by force, but through affection and connection. And if this method is not too high a standard for training a young dog, it certainly should not be considered too high for training a reasoning, intelligent child. Surely the way that works best in animal training, and more importantly, the way God himself treats his children, is both possible and best for human parents. This is not theory from a distance, but the testimony of someone who has tried more than one method and has learned through both experience and careful study that God's way is truly the best way. Chapter 6. The place of must in training. With all the modern improvements in methods of dealing with children, and these improvements are many and great, it is important to remember that wise discipline still plays a key role in properly training the young. Discipline is not everything in raising children, but it is a major part. Discipline helps train the will, and training the will is essential to raising children wisely, though breaking the will is not. In the past, discipline was often the main or even the only method used in raising children. There was a time when children were not allowed to sit in their parents' presence, speak unless spoken to, or eat at the same table. Education was simple and harsh. A child was told to learn, and if he did not, he was beaten. School was remembered as a time under the rod. Even religious observances could be unpleasant. On Innocents' Day, children were whipped in bed, not as punishment, but to make them remember the biblical account of Herod's massacre. All that belongs to the distant past. For over a century now, care for children has progressed rapidly. Today, the best minds and resources are devoted to their benefit. Books, songs, games, stories, pictures, toys, school buildings, teaching methods, everything is shaped for the child's growth and enjoyment. At home, children speak freely, sit as they please, and fill the space with questions and energy. In both public and Sunday schools, lessons are designed to be as engaging and enjoyable as possible. That the current state of things is, overall, a clear improvement over what came before is beyond reasonable doubt. Yet there is always a risk of overlooking one important truth while trying to highlight another. For this reason, careful attention should still be given to the value of wise discipline in raising children. Children need to learn to do things they do not want to do when those things ought to be done. Adults often have to act out of a sense of duty. If children are not taught that duty is more important than personal desire, they will suffer throughout life from a lack of discipline in this area. Children should be trained to rise at the proper time in the morning, not just on days that promise excitement or fun. They should learn to go to bed at the right time, whether or not they feel sleepy. Their meal times, as well as the quality and amount of their food, should be guided by wisdom, not by their desires. Training must include a place for doing tasks simply because they are tasks, for studying even when it's difficult or uninteresting, for working because it's right, not because it's pleasant. It's not enough for children to learn only the lessons they enjoy, at the times, or in the ways that suit their preferences. President Porter of Yale once said that the greatest benefit of a college education is this: it teaches a young man to do what he ought to do, when he ought to do it, whether he wants to or not. Any system of training that fails to accomplish this is seriously flawed. Almost every child needs to be trained to apply himself diligently to tasks he dislikes. Some children have refined taste, others do not. But nearly all have strong personal likes and dislikes. One may prefer play over work or study. Another may love to read and dislike physical activity. One prefers staying indoors, another insists on always being outside. One child enjoys mechanical things, another prefers games. Some like company, others solitude, and still others cling to just one or two companions. In school, children often show strong preferences for certain subjects, perhaps a love for geography or math, and a dislike for history or language. Regardless of whether their preferences are good or not, children must not be allowed to follow their tastes alone, doing only what pleases them. The responsibility lies with the parent or teacher to decide which activities or subjects are best for the child and to train them accordingly. While it is wise to consider the child's natural inclinations, the final decision must rest with the adult, not the child. Whatever role elective studies may play in college, there must be firm limits on the idea of elective duties in the home and nursery. Few things are more vital in a child's mental development than learning to do what must be done when it must be done, whether he enjoys it or not. His ability to do this becomes, in time, the measure of his effectiveness in life. No adult gets to live entirely according to personal preference. Every man must do unpleasant things. If he wasn't trained to do so in childhood, he will be unprepared to face those realities in adulthood. Even when a man is working in the area of his strength, he cannot work only in that area. No one-sided person, however skilled, is truly well developed. It may be better to be right-handed than left-handed, but it is best of all to use both hands well. Today, there is little risk that thoughtful Christian parents or teachers will ignore a child's individual tastes and tendencies in their efforts to train and teach him. Most are careful to consider a child's personality, preferences, and gifts, but even as they work to make learning enjoyable and life pleasant, parents must also ensure that the child learns self-control and obedience. He must be taught to be quiet when it is time to be quiet, and active when it is time to be active. He must study the lessons assigned to him, complete the task given, and deny himself some of the things he desires. He must learn to go and come at appointed times, not because he feels like it, but because he must. As Scripture says, "It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth." Lamentations 3:27. The discipline of must, of duty before desire, is a blessing when learned early. Chapter 7. Denying a child wisely. One of the hardest and most important parts of raising a beloved child is saying no to something he deeply wants, even when we could easily give it to him. but know he would be better off without it. It feels good to please a child. There is real joy in giving him what he asks for when it can be done wisely. But wise refusal is just as important as generous giving in raising a child well. Apart from denying a child the food or clothing needed to stay alive, one of the unkindest things a parent can do is to give him everything he asks for. Most parents recognize this truth to some extent, and so they refuse to give a crying child a sharp knife, a live cartridge, or a cup of poison. But the full meaning and reach of this principle are not as widely accepted as they should be. Parents ought to deny their child many things that are, in themselves, harmless. It harms a child to always have his favorite foods at every meal, to always get the cut or portion he likes best, to own every toy his parents can afford, to dress exactly how he wants, even if it's within their means, and to always go where and when he pleases. A child who never has a reasonable desire denied is poorly prepared for the duties and hardships of real life. In fact, even now he doesn't enjoy life as much as he might have with better training. It reflects poorly on any parent when a child can honestly say, "My father or mother never refused me a single pleasure that they were able to give." It is because of the harmful effects of not wisely denying young children that an only child is so often called a spoiled child. In that home, there is only one to receive. He gets more than he would if there were several children to share what the family has, and usually he gets it all. Parents give freely to him, as do grandparents, uncles, and aunts. He hardly knows what it means to go without or to deny himself. Even his abundance becomes dull to him. It is hard to surprise him with anything new. He easily becomes selfish and demanding, and even in the best case, he misses out on the joy that comes from receiving something he has long wanted but never expected to have right away. But an only child does not have to be spoiled. Some of the best trained children in the world have been only children. Many parents are more careful and wise in teaching their only child the value of self-denial than others are with several children to raise. Whether there is one child or many, the lesson of wise denial is equally important, and parents must take responsibility for teaching it. Few adults get everything they want, everything love could give or money could buy. Most live with many reasonable wishes unmet and many simple desires unfulfilled. They must do without things others have and they would like to have. Their children will likely face the same reality when they are on their own. So children should begin training for that experience now. Much of a person's self-control begins in early education. If a child learns to deny himself, to give up many things he wants without resentment, and to enjoy what little he has in spite of what he lacks, he will be better prepared for real life. His life will be easier and happier than if, as a child, every reasonable wish had been quickly granted. This is why those who were raised in wealth are often at a disadvantage in life compared to those who grew up in relative poverty. Having their parents' riches freely available to them increased their wants and made them feel those wants must always be met. Being overindulged in childhood left them unprepared for the hard work and challenges that are unavoidable in most careers. They are easily outpaced by those who, in youth, were trained by necessary self-denial, strengthened by hardship, and taught to be content with little. It is a sad thing when a loving parent's generous giving becomes a burden to the child's happiness and a roadblock to his success in life, when the parent's abundance ends up leading to the child's lack. Yet this, in many cases, is undeniably true. Today's children, especially those whose parents are financially comfortable, are far less likely to learn the lessons of self-denial. Life looks very different now than it did a generation ago. 50 years ago, very few parents in America could buy their children whatever they wanted, or even do so for themselves. Spending was more limited for clothes, food, or home items. Children didn't expect new clothes often. They usually wore hand-me-downs from parents or older siblings. A gift from a toy store or a bookshop was a special treat. Children didn't choose what to eat at the table, and they certainly didn't plan summer vacations to mountains or beaches. Self-denial and going without were simply part of everyday life for most children growing up then. But things are very different now. The average child today receives more gifts and indulgences from their parents in a single year than most children a generation ago received throughout their entire childhood. Because of this change, children now expect new things as a matter of course. They ask for them, assuming they'll get them. And with so many things coming their way, they value each one less. It's impossible for a child to treasure one of 100 gifts, the same way a child once treasured the only gift they received in a whole year. A boy today can't treasure his new bicycle or a sled the way his father once treasured a little wagon made from a raisin box with ribbon spools for wheels, because that handmade wagon may have been his only possession of its kind. A girl today can't find as much joy in her third wax doll of the year, with eyes that open and shut, as her mother once did with a single homemade doll stuffed with rags or painted wood. A new book for a child used to be a wonder. Now it means little more than the evening newspaper means to the father. Today, it's hard to give a child a new thrill or make a lasting impression with any kind of gift. In fact, it might be easier and more beneficial to surprise a child by refusing to give them something they ask for and expect. That kind of experience could help them far more than receiving another present. One key aspect of child training in ancient Sparta was constant, strict self-denial from early childhood. This played a major role in shaping the Spartan character, simple in lifestyle, strong in endurance, and fearless in battle. The wisest early cultures all understood how important this kind of training was. Its decline has only come with the rise of wealth and luxury among the most materially advanced societies. This raises an important question. Should we give up the benefits of such training simply because it's no longer necessary for physical survival in wealthy homes? A child shouldn't be denied something just for the sake of saying no, but they also shouldn't receive something just because they want it. The point isn't that every denial is good in itself, but that when a denial is necessary, it brings added value by teaching the child how to go without something they deeply desire. It is every parent's responsibility to withhold many things their child wants, to teach them that they can live without many things that may seem very appealing. Children need to be trained in self-denial and endurance at the table, during play, with friends, and when alone. No matter what else they receive in life, they must not be deprived of this essential part of wise training. Chapter 8. Honoring a child's individuality. A child is often viewed as just one among many, a general example of childhood. But in reality, each child is a unique individual with their own personality, thoughts, feelings, hopes, fears, and relationship with others and with God. Children often become aware of this before their parents do. And if parents fail to recognize their child's individuality, they miss the chance to shape and support that child in a way that only comes through honoring who they uniquely are. A baby is not just raw material to be shaped from the outside into something real. From the beginning, they are a living being, already carrying within them all the seeds of what they may one day become. The difference is like that between a lump of clay being molded into a statue and a seed containing the life of a distinct plant. A child is more than just the offspring of their parents. They are, in seed form, a person with qualities and potential their parents may never possess, and the world may never have seen before. The possibilities that lay ahead for Moses, who would shape the history of the world, were already present when his mother placed him in a basket among the reeds of the Nile. Those same possibilities were not in any Egyptian baby in Pharaoh's palace. If his mother had a sense of his great future under God's plan, it would have stirred her faith and devotion all the more. The same has been true throughout history. The seeds of greatness were already present in the infants who would become Plato, Caesar, Muhammad, Charlemagne, Columbus, Shakespeare, or Washington. And how many of those seeds in unknown children have been either nurtured or stifled depending on whether their parents recognized and honored their individuality. The high priest Eli deserves credit for recognizing that the child Samuel could hear from God, even when Eli himself, as priest, could not. He honored Samuel's individuality by encouraging him to speak the message God gave him, rather than dismissing the boy as someone who could only receive truth through adults. That same spirit was seen in Trebonius, who removed his hat when entering the classroom, not because of the student's present status, but because he saw in each one the potential for greatness. His respect for their future shaped how he taught, and it likely helped develop the young Martin Luther, one of his pupils. In this way, Eli and Trebonius offer an example to parents today. A child should not be honored only for what they might become someday, but for who they already are. Each child already possesses a distinct and meaningful individuality that deserves recognition. In fact, some children, even while still young, surpass their parents in depth of character, in gifts of genius, or in spiritual insight. This reflects God's design for human progress. What is better is often found in the generations to come, not in those that have passed. Even when a child is not greater than their parents, they are always their equal in individuality. Though they look up to their parents with respect, they still deserve to be seen and treated as individuals in their own right. Anyone who remembers their own childhood knows that even at an early age, they had a unique way of seeing and thinking about the world. They were aware of their personal relationship with others and with God. Their perspective then was the same in kind, though not in depth as it is now. Most also remember how often their individuality was ignored or dismissed, how people assumed that because they were children, they had no real thoughts, rights, or identity of their own. It can be difficult for parents to constantly remember that each of their children is just as much an individual now as they themselves were when they were young. Yet this awareness is essential, even in small matters. A simple story illustrates this. One day, a little boy became very ill, and his mother stayed by him anxiously. The next day, he was better. Gently, she said to him, "You don't know how sick you were yesterday." He replied, "Oh, yes, I do, dear Mama. I know better than you because I was the one who was sick." Many children feel the same way when they're treated as though others understand their feelings or needs better than they do themselves simply because they're still children. A child's individuality is often overlooked when it comes to personal rights, just as it is with personal feelings. This should not be so. One example shows this clearly. A young boy, proud to own his first real watch, felt his sense of value and independence grow. When his uncle, having sent his own watch for repairs, asked to borrow the boy's watch, saying he couldn't get along without one, the boy responded with a thoughtful question. "If I had mine at the watchmaker's, would you lend me yours till mine came back?" The uncle replied, "No, I don't suppose I would. But I'm a man, and you're a boy." To which the boy replied, "Well then, if you can't get along without a watch and wouldn't lend me yours, I can't get along without one either, and I can't let you have mine." The problem wasn't the boy's refusal. It was that his individuality and ownership weren't respected. The request assumed that because he was a child, his rights were less important, and that he didn't value his possessions the way an adult would. The child, quite naturally and logically, stood up for himself. But if he had been approached as an equal, with respect and a clear explanation of the need, he likely would have gladly lent the watch, taking pride in being able to help. This kind of disregard for children's rights happens often, even in small things. For example, when seats are limited in a room or a streetcar, and a few children are sitting together in conversation, adults may quickly tell them to move for older people, without acknowledging their rights as if they had none. This can leave children feeling slighted and unimportant. But if those same children are spoken to with respect and asked to kindly offer their seats as a courtesy, they are far more likely to feel honored and respond willingly. In one case, the child feels dismissed and wronged. In the other, they feel trusted and appreciated. A child's rights as an individual are just as real and sacred as an adult's. It is never right to ignore or dismiss those rights simply because the person is a child. When a child shows interest in an adult conversation, it is wrong to dismiss their questions or thoughts as unimportant simply because they are young. Yet this happens often. Adults may act as though a child's opinions don't matter, that the topic is only fit for real people to discuss. This is a serious mistake. If the subject is truly beyond a child's understanding, it is appropriate to say so. But even then, it must be done with respect for the child's individuality. That individuality must never be ignored. In fact, the deeper and more meaningful the topic, the more likely a child may offer a fresh and living insight, if they show real interest. This is not just seen in the story of Samuel, who heard God's voice as a child. Scripture and life experience both support the idea that children often receive spiritual truths more clearly than adults. Jesus said, "Except you turn and become as little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." And again, "See that you do not despise one of these little ones, for in heaven their angels always behold the face of my Father." These truths are echoed in poetry as well, like the familiar lines, "Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy, but he beholds the light, and whence it flows, he sees it in his joy. The youth who daily farther from the east must travel, still is nature's priest, and by the vision splendid is on his way attended. At length the man perceives it die away, and fade into the light of common day." As life goes on, this light often fades, but it doesn't have to. It is possible to carry a childlike clarity and nearness to spiritual truth all through life. Every parent should seek this for themselves. Jesus said, "Whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven." The one who is greatest by being most childlike will also be the most ready to see and honor each child's unique individuality and potential. As a parent trains their child, they should also be learning from the child. In this way, both grow together toward the fullness of Christ. Chapter 9. Letting alone as a means of child training. Not doing can be just as important as doing, especially in child training. While training children is necessary, there is a real danger in doing too much. Neglecting to train a child is a serious wrong, but overdoing it, constantly instructing, correcting, or controlling, can be even more harmful. Both extremes must be avoided, and that begins with recognizing when each becomes a problem. This danger of overtraining often affects young parents who are especially sincere, conscientious, and eager to fulfill their parental responsibilities faithfully. It's not that they lack love or are naturally strict, but that they misunderstand what wise child training looks like. Their very desire to do well leads them to overdo, correcting and directing too much. In the end, this can harm the child more than inconsistent training from less attentive parents. One example tells the story clearly. A young father, deeply committed to raising his first child properly, believed it was his duty to guide her at every step. His daughter was affectionate, lively, and strong-willed, with growing tastes and desires of her own. But he had only heard of the importance of discipline, not of the danger of too much of it. So, in his earnestness, he tried constantly to shape her behavior, keeping her within what he believed to be safe and proper boundaries. To his dismay, he noticed something troubling. His daughter wasn't rebellious or disobedient in any obvious way, but she began to resist. Quietly, passively, she became less responsive. She didn't argue or defy, but she no longer responded quickly or eagerly. She didn't become angry or disrespectful, yet she wouldn't act as expected. Kind words and loving appeals had no effect. Even punishment, when gently applied, was met with calm acceptance, but it made no real difference. The father remained patient, loving, and prayerful. He truly sought wisdom. But the situation only worsened, and he became more confused. The problem wasn't defiance, it was weariness. The child had grown tired of constant correction. Her spirit wasn't being shaped. It was being quietly pressed down. One day, after a difficult struggle with his daughter over a small matter, which only felt weighty because of its impact on her character, the father left home discouraged and nearly in despair over how to train her wisely. At the door, he met an older friend, a fellow worker in Christian service, who noticed his troubled expression. When asked what was wrong, the father poured out his heart. "Isn't the problem that you're overdoing it in your child's training?" the friend asked. Then he shared his own experience to explain what he meant. "My first child was my best child," he said, "and I harmed her for life by trying too hard in her training. I thought I had to constantly guide and correct her. I created unnecessary conflicts, made issues out of small things, and tried to shape every part of her behavior. As a result, she became too restrained, shut in, overly controlled, and unable to develop freely. I later saw how wrong I had been. With my other children, I gave them more freedom. I stepped in only when absolutely necessary, and I saw the difference. Since then, my rule has been avoid conflict whenever possible. The less show of training, the better, in my experience." This was a revelation to the young father. He quickly decided to try following its advice, since doing the opposite had clearly failed. Back at home, he soon had a chance to test it. His little daughter came into the room through a door she had often been told to close behind her. Without much thought, as he sat writing at his desk, the father said again, "Push the door to, darling." As usual, the child stood still and firm, as if waiting for another conflict over the matter. Then the morning's advice came back to him, and he gently said, "You don't have to close the door, darling, if you don't want to. Papa will do it." He got up and closed the door himself, then quietly went back to his desk, without correcting or scolding her. This moment was entirely new to the weary, overmanaged child. She stood quietly for a while, puzzled. Then she came to her father, climbed onto his knee, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "Dear Papa, I'm sorry I didn't shut the door. I will next time. Please forgive me, dear Papa." That tender moment marked a turning point in their home. The father had discovered the danger of overdoing child training, and from then on his children benefited from his greater understanding of their needs and nature. His mistake had been in creating too many direct confrontations over authority and obedience. This led to unnecessary conflicts that could have been avoided. After learning this lesson, he became more cautious and soon found that his child responded much more easily. She could be trained to obey without always bracing herself for resistance or challenge. When a firm line had to be drawn, both father and child could see it was necessary and right. His earlier errors had come from thoughtful intentions, but incomplete knowledge. Yet others go further astray, not out of thoughtfulness, but carelessness or harshness, and such parenting can do far greater harm. Some parents seem to believe that child training means constant commands and prohibitions, always telling the child what to do or not do. But this kind of constant correction is not training. It actually undermines it. A parent who is always giving orders or scolding is like a driver who keeps jerking the reins of a horse, not truly training, but frustrating both themselves and the one they're trying to lead. In many cases, doing less is wiser. Don't be always don'ting is advice that cannot be stressed enough, and equally important, don't be always directing. These two warnings are essential for most parents. Of course, clear commands and prohibitions are sometimes necessary, but there must also be a great deal of wise letting alone. Knowing when to guide and when to hold back takes wisdom, thought, and character, and even more of these are required when choosing to let the child alone. Child training never stops, but much of the time, the best training happens quietly, through steady influences, inspiration, and encouragement toward what is right. The child grows best when a good standard is consistently set before them, without constant instruction or correction at every step. Chapter 10. Training a Child to Self-Control. Every person begins life with a struggle between their inner powers and desires, a struggle that starts at birth and continues throughout life. The outcome of this struggle shapes the person's character. Whether the result is bondage or freedom, defeat or victory, failure or success, it depends on how this battle is fought. And most often, the direction of that lifelong conflict is decided during childhood. A child who is trained in self-control becomes prepared for true maturity. But an adult who never learned self-control in childhood remains in this area like a child, unfit for self-mastery and unable to regain the advantage that early discipline would have given. Childhood is the best time to receive help in this battle, because it's then that training has the most lasting value. Yet the child doesn't see this need for themselves, so it rests on the parent to decide early on whether their child will become a slave to their impulses or the master of them. The earliest battle a child faces is learning to control the urge to cry, flail, and move wildly at the first sensation or frustration. As soon as the nerves begin to develop, they prompt physical outbursts, crying, kicking, twisting. If these impulses aren't gently checked, the child will wear themselves out in pointless effort, only increasing their discomfort. But even before a child can speak or understand words, they can be taught some control. If a parent lovingly and firmly conveys that the child must learn to calm themselves, the child will feel that conviction and respond to it, even without understanding the language. A determined and loving parent will find the way to help. To leave the child alone in these early battles is to put them at a great disadvantage for the rest of life. But giving help now is giving help for every future struggle. As soon as a child can understand spoken words, they should be taught to restrain their reactions to pain. When a child falls, gets a cut, or suffers a small injury, the natural response is to cry out in pain and fear, and the natural instinct of a tender parent is to comfort without correction. But even in those moments, a mother or father must help their child begin to gain control. The goal isn't harshness, but guidance, to help the child learn to quiet their cries and moderate how they express distress. A child can learn to exercise self-control even in moments of pain or distress, and a loving, wise mother can help make that possible. It is better for both mother and child when this help is given. Without such training, many children grow into adults who suffer from an inability to stay calm during physical pain. In some cases, this inability has even cost lives, when composure during pain was essential to survival. The goal is not to coax or bribe a child into quietness with treats or distractions, but to encourage and guide the child toward intelligent, voluntary self-control. Calming a child with candy or rewards in place of true discipline simply trades one problem for another. It may stop the outward noise, but it does not train the heart or will. One example of this flawed method is the well-known story of a little boy who, after throwing himself on the floor and screaming, called out, "Grandma, Grandma, I want to be pacified. Where are your sugar plums?" This is not a child learning control, it's a child learning manipulation. Dr. Horace Bushnell sharply warns against this approach. He writes that coaxing a child out of a bad mood with dainties that please the taste only teaches the child to perform irritation for reward. It must be a very dull child that will not cry and fret a great deal when it is so pleasantly rewarded, he says. Such a child quickly learns to act out feelings for attention or treats and may become a mixture of bad temper, craving for pleasure, and dishonesty. And how, he asks, can the great truths of God and eternal life reach the heart of one who has been trained to respond only to sensation? Rewards given for fake tears or willful moods. This kind of training sets the soul on a dangerous path, away from truth, self-mastery, and the fear of God. The self-control a child learns by holding back the urge to cry or writhe in pain becomes a lasting strength in the greater struggle of life. That early habit of mastery over impulse prepares him to resist other pressures and desires as he grows. As the Apostle Paul wrote, "I buffet my body and bring it into bondage, lest, after preaching to others, I myself should be rejected," showing that a person's battle with their physical self is constant and serious. Every child needs the guidance of his parents to rule over his body, rather than letting his body rule over him. The appetites, passions, and urges of the outer man are always trying to overpower the inner man. If a person is not trained to take control of these, he will be ruled by them, and he will surely fall in the fight of life. A parent should help their child learn to resist laughing when it's not appropriate, hold back tears when crying is not fitting, stay silent when it is better not to speak, refuse food they shouldn't eat, even if it's right in front of them, remain still when running about would be unwise, be ready to speak or act rightly when it is time to do so. Self-control in all these areas is within reach of a child. Wise and faithful parenting can make it happen. This principle applies to every part of life. Self-control brings greater happiness, readiness for duty, and inner strength, both in childhood and long after. Many lives are marked by frustration and sorrow because of a lack of self-control that could have been prevented. If only the parents had seen the need and helped their child early, the path of life could have been far more fruitful. Chapter 11. Training a Child Not to Pester. It is rare to find a child who never pesters, yet no child should be allowed to pester. If a child does pester, the fault lies more with the parents than with the child. Parents who understand this will be more motivated to teach their child not to pester, and this part of the child training is both simple and certain in its results. To pester means to pull, tug, drag, or to wear someone down by repeated asking. A child pesters when he asks for something and doesn't receive it right away. He keeps pulling at his parents, hoping to persuade them to give in to his wishes, even if they think differently. He tries to wear them down with repeated requests, hoping to get what he wants regardless of their original answer. If a child always got what he wanted at the first asking, there would be no opportunity to pester. If he never got anything by pestering, he wouldn't form the habit, because there would be no reason to. So if a child regularly pesters, it's a clear sign that his parents have trained him to do so, either by giving in or by not correcting the behavior, and they are responsible for it. Many children believe they won't get what they want unless they pester, especially if it's not part of their everyday needs. So pestering becomes a regular strategy, just like some people think bargaining is a necessary part of shopping in certain places. For example, if a child asks for bread, meat, or water at the table, he expects to receive it right away. No pestering needed. But if he wants to skip school for no good reason, go on a risky adventure with friends, stay up later than usual, or get a new sled, bike, or ticket to the circus, like all the other kids, he knows the answer might be no. So when that answer comes, he starts begging, "Oh, please let me," and begins a battle of wills, believing it's a contest to see who can hold out longer, him or his parents. Few children always get their way by pestering, but even fewer never succeed through it. Most parents eventually give in during some of these struggles with their children. Sometimes the parents are simply less determined than their child and grow weary from the persistence. Other times they may be touched by how strongly the child wants something and give in out of tenderness. Or perhaps their first answer was given without much thought, and after thinking it over, they change their minds and decide to allow it. Whatever the reason, when parents first say no, and then change to yes after the child pesters, they teach their child that pestering is a useful way to get what he wants. This encourages the habit, and the parents are responsible for it. It harms a child to believe that pestering is necessary to gain what is right or good. When this belief takes root, the child stops trusting in the wisdom and judgment of his parents and starts relying on his own stubbornness and persistence. He no longer looks to principles taught by authority, but acts on whatever impulse he feels inside. This weakens his ability to think and act wisely. It's even worse for the parent if the child begins to think that decisions can be changed by the child's behavior rather than by the parent's understanding of what is best. A child cannot truly respect a parent if he knows he can wear him down and change his mind, even against what that parent believes is right. For the good of both the child and the parent, every child should be trained not to pester and not to expect to gain anything by doing so. Susanna Wesley, the mother of John and Charles Wesley, used to say that her children quickly learned they would not receive anything they cried for, so they soon stopped crying for what they wanted. Who would doubt that John and Charles Wesley became stronger men because of this training, rather than being taught to think that crying could help them get what was best? And who would doubt that Susanna Wesley was a stronger, more respected mother in their eyes because she stood firm instead of giving in to their emotional pleas for things she believed were not right for them? Any parent who follows Susanna Wesley's rule, applying it to pestering, can expect similar results. A child who learns that pestering never brings success will soon stop pestering. What a simple rule for this part of training a child. Yet as simple as it seems, always refusing to give a child anything he pesters for is not easy to carry out with consistency and wisdom. The difficulty lies not with the child, but with the parent. For a parent to give a firm answer that can be held to without wavering, he must think carefully before answering, not afterward. Often a parent says no too quickly without thinking through all sides of the matter. Then, as the child keeps asking, the parent begins to realize that the request might actually be reasonable. The child picks up on this and concludes that pestering, not the parent's judgment, is the way decisions are made. So he begins to believe pestering is the only path to a fair outcome. Teaching a child not to pester is the duty of every parent, but the parent must first be trained himself. When a child makes a request, the parent must not respond quickly, carelessly, or without fully understanding the situation. He may need to ask questions or delay his answer to get more information. But he must not respond hastily just to put the child off for the moment. He should take time to decide what his final answer ought to be before giving it, and then deliver it with kind but clear firmness, so that the child knows not to continue by pestering. In this way, a well-trained parent can successfully train his child in this area. Chapter 12. Training a child's appetite. What an adult prefers to eat or drink is usually shaped by what they were taught to eat and drink as a child, and a child can be trained to enjoy almost any type of food or drink, whether good or bad. Because of this, the person responsible for guiding a child's appetite carries a great responsibility for both the child's health and daily happiness. It's true that children inherit certain tastes, but this doesn't mean their appetites can't be trained in a better direction. It simply means that inherited preferences must be taken into account in the training. A child raised in the tropics quickly learns to enjoy the sweet fruits available there, just as a child in the Arctic grows to enjoy a heavier diet of fish and oil. In some parts of the world, people live mostly on roots and berries. In others, they eat raw meat or drink fresh blood. In others still, they may live on locusts, milk, or honey. In each case, children grow up liking the food they are given. If a child moves from one region to another at a young age, he soon adjusts and learns to enjoy the new diet. All of this shows that a child's natural appetite is not so fixed that it cannot be shaped. A child can be trained to like what is available and what is best for him. Yet most people pay little attention to training a child's appetite. Children are usually fed whatever is easiest to prepare or whatever they seem most willing to eat. Parents who think little about their child's well-being may simply let them eat whatever is served at the family table without considering whether the food is suited to the child's age or needs. On the other hand, parents who are affectionate and indulgent may offer treats to please the child's taste or match their own favorites without considering whether those foods are actually good for the child. For instance, if a child enjoys sugar, a parent may be tempted to give some at mealtime, even if the child refuses all other food, though that sugar might ruin the child's appetite or upset his digestion for the whole day. Or a parent might share a bite of their own rich or spicy food, not thinking that it may be the worst possible thing for the child's body. In this way, the child is trained in bad habits at the very stage when proper training is most needed. Children often have their own odd likes and dislikes, and kind parents may be tempted to allow them rather than correct them. One child may eat only the soft part of the bread and leave the crust. Another may want meat but no vegetables, or may refuse certain types of meat or vegetables altogether. The more these habits are allowed, the stronger they become. The more they are gently corrected, the weaker their hold. Yet many parents assume these habits are unchangeable and must be accepted, instead of understanding that it is their responsibility to correct or remove them. Your boy should eat less meat and more foods made from grain, says a doctor to a mother whose son is under his care. Give him oatmeal and milk for breakfast. and make sure he has meat only once a day, and not too much of it. The mother replies, "Johnny loves meat, and he can't eat oatmeal." In saying this, she places all the blame on her child when, in fact, it falls on her. Johnny should have been trained to eat what is good for him, not allowed to follow his own preferences in food. When a mother says, "My boy won't eat potatoes," or "he won't eat tomatoes," or "he only eats beef," she is really admitting her failure to properly train her son's appetite. If she were to say that she does not approve of a certain food and so chooses not to give it to him, that would be one thing. But to say that he refuses food she believes is good for him, that is where the failure lies. Of course, there are rare exceptions. Some children cannot safely eat certain foods. On the seashore, for example, clams are common, but for a few people, they cause severe illness, not because they dislike clams, but because their bodies react dangerously to them. The same is true for some people with strawberries. Though most enjoy them, for certain individuals they act like poison. But these are unusual cases and do not change the general rule. A child can be trained to enjoy the food he ought to eat and to avoid what is harmful. This is the key principle of wise training when it comes to a child's appetite. A well-known American educator applied this principle in his own home, where he raised 4 boys and 4 girls. Though he had limited means, he knew it was important to train his children to eat what was good for them and within his ability to provide. He wisely chose wholesome food for the family table and then wisely trained his children to accept it. If any of the children disliked a certain dish, they were free to go without it, but only until they were willing to eat it. There was no pressure or scolding. The food was simply offered again at the next meal, and again after that, until hunger helped them eat it gladly. In this way, the children learned to eat what they ought, and when they became adults, they saw the value of this training. It had made them masters over their appetite, rather than slaves to it. We hardly need examples of the opposite. All around us, we see people controlled by the changing desires of their appetite, simply because they were never trained to control it. Every child is being raised in one of these 2 directions, either learning to rule his appetite or to be ruled by it. This is especially true when it comes to candy and strong seasonings. Neither is suited to a child's needs, yet both are often given freely. Candy is allowed because the child wants it. Condiments because the parents enjoy them. Rarely are either offered because they are good for the child. They are given out of indulgence and weakness. But some parents do train their children not to eat candy between meals and not to use condiments with food. These parents are wiser than most, and their children are both healthier and happier. We need more parents like this and more children raised this way. The obstacle is never with the children, it is always with the parents. It is said that some Shetland ponies brought to America were used to eating fish and refused hay at first. But over time, they were trained to eat hay and came to enjoy it as much as any other pony. Children who at first found cod liver oil disgusting have been trained to take it as willingly as syrup. The same has happened with bitter drinks or sour medicines prescribed by doctors. With steady and gentle training, children can learn to like what once made them pull away. It is the parent's duty, with wise medical advice when needed, to decide what their children ought to enjoy, and then to train them to enjoy it. Training a child's appetite is not easy, but it is very important. Nothing truly worthwhile is ever easy, and anything that is worth doing is worth whatever it takes to do it, and more. Despite its challenges, training a child's appetite can be achieved by God's help. And it must be done, no matter how hard it may seem. Just as it is the parent's place to decide what a child will wear, It is also the parent's duty to decide what a child will eat. A parent who takes responsibility for what a child puts on, but ignores what the child takes into his body, shows more concern for outward appearance than for the child's inner health and strength. That cannot be called wise parenting or loving parenting. Chapter 13. Training a child as a questioner. Every child is born a questioner. He does not need to be taught to ask questions, but he does need to be trained in how to ask them. A child has rightly been described as a living question mark. Before he can even speak, he asks questions with his eyes and his expression. Once he can speak, his questions come so fast and so often that a parent might feel overwhelmed trying to answer them all. Because of this, a parent may be tempted to silence the child's questions rather than guide them. But in doing so, the parent misses a valuable opportunity. The beginning of all learning is a question. Every step forward in knowledge comes from more questions. Where did this come from? What is it? Why is it so? What does it lead to? These are the doors that open the way to discovery for both children and adults. When one question is answered in one area, it soon appears again in another. If a child didn't ask questions, he could never begin to learn. If his questions were shut down, his learning would soon stop. Questioning is the hunger of the mind. A person who never feels the need to ask may suffer from intellectual starvation. And yet, despite how important a child's questions are, most parents spend more time trying to stop them than to train them. Instead of saying, "I'm glad you want to know more," or "always feel free to ask me what you don't understand," parents are more likely to say, "Stop asking so many questions," or "You're wearing me out with all your asking." Sooner or later, most children come to believe that the fewer questions they ask, the more grown-up they appear. So they begin to hold back their natural curiosity, the desire to know what something is, how it works, or why it matters, until they may no longer feel interested in what they don't understand, or they may lose hope that anyone will help them find answers to the many thoughts stirring in their minds. By the time that once curious child becomes a young adult, he may be content to live and die in ignorance, rather than risk the embarrassment of asking questions that others might find annoying or that he thinks would make him look foolish. There are understandable reasons why many parents are hesitant to let their children ask as many questions as they want. First, answering a child's questions takes a lot of time. It already takes time to feed, wash, and dress a child. But feeding and clothing the mind takes even more. When a parent answers 50 questions in a row only to hear 500 more, it's not surprising that they might feel the need to shut it down. Also, children often ask questions their parents don't know how to answer. A child can easily ask what a parent cannot explain, and it's not enjoyable for a parent to admit they don't know something, especially when their child is eager to learn. It's much easier for a parent to speak about a topic they already understand, especially one the child knows little about, than to be put in a position where neither of them is sure of the answer. That makes it tempting for a parent to discourage a habit that may expose their own limitations. Still, a child's freedom to ask questions must have boundaries. Every right and every duty has its limits. But these limits should concern when a child may ask questions and whom they may ask, not how many questions they may ask. A child should not be allowed to ask rude or inappropriate questions, like asking a guest her age, or why she doesn't look as cheerful as his mother, nor should he ask a poorer playmate why he has worn-out shoes, or why his mother does the laundry herself. A child must also learn not to interrupt others just because he wants to ask something. It is not always appropriate to ask questions in front of company or to ask parents when they are engaged with others. Part of training a child as a questioner is teaching him when and whom to ask, along with encouraging the habit of asking altogether. A child should feel completely free to come to his parents with questions. Both mother and father ought to welcome every sincere question their child wants to ask. Every parent should also set aside regular times when the child knows he is free to ask anything on his heart, times that are as clearly marked and respected as morning or evening prayer. For the father, this might be just before or after breakfast, or in the evening. It might be during a walk together or on a quiet Sunday afternoon. For the mother, the best time may be at bedtime, or when she is sewing or going about her daily tasks and the child is nearby. Whenever this special time comes, the child should be encouraged to ask any honest question, and the parent should feel committed to giving each one a thoughtful and loving answer. But a child still needs guidance in how to be a good questioner. While he must be free to ask, that freedom must be exercised with purpose and good sense. Some children ask endless silly or careless questions, not to learn, but simply to talk. In such cases, parents should gently remind them that both their time and their parents' time are valuable, and that questions should come from a real desire to understand. Sometimes a child becomes stuck on one point and keeps asking about it again and again. Then it's the parent's job to gently shift the child's focus to a new area of interest, guiding the questioning toward growth. Whenever a child is asking questions, the parent has both the responsibility and the opportunity to shape the child's habit of questioning with kindness, patience, and wisdom. If a child asks something the parent truly doesn't know, it's far better to say plainly, "I don't know," than to reply with irritation, "Don't ask such foolish questions." It is also often best to give a simple answer to part of the question, rather than trying to explain something beyond the child's understanding or brushing it off entirely. For example, if a child asks why the sunrise is always seen from one side of the house and the sunset from the other, there's no need to say, "You're too young to understand," or to attempt a full astronomy lesson. Just say, "That window faces east, and the sun rises in the east. The other window faces west, and the sun sets in the west." That gives the child one clear fact, and that's all he wants in that moment. If a child asks about something he is not yet ready to fully understand, he shouldn't be scolded for being curious. Instead, give him a general truth related to his question, and kindly explain that he will understand more as he grows older. A child who is well-mannered and sincere will accept this for now, and it will help him stay eager to keep learning. A child only wants a simple answer to each question. But if he is sincerely seeking to know, that is his right, and it is the parent's duty to give that answer if it is asked in the right spirit and at the right time. A child is harmed when his questions are too often dismissed, but he is greatly helped and trained for a life of truth-seeking when he is encouraged and wisely guided in the special privilege of being a questioner. Chapter 14. Training a Child's Faith. There is no need to try to plant faith in a child's heart. It is already there. But there is a need to train that faith, to guide it in the right direction and help it grow wisely. Just as every child is born with a natural hunger for food, every child is also born with a natural impulse to trust, to cling to someone. Both instincts are real, and both must be trained. The kind of faith spoken of here is personal faith, faith placed in a person, not mere agreement with a list of beliefs or doctrines. True faith is always personal. Any other use of the word is secondary and may lead to confusion. One of the clearest definitions of Christian faith is this: the act by which one person, a sinner, commits himself to another person, a Savior. Even before a child knows about the Savior, the instinct of faith is present, just as hunger exists before a child understands what food is. When a finger is placed in an infant's hand, whether by the mother, a nurse, or even a stranger, the child's hand closes around it and clings tightly. That is faith in action. A child doesn't learn fear until faith has been broken or shaken. Before distrust is learned, a child lives in trust. And even after that early innocence fades, a child's faith still needs guidance and shaping. It is the parent's duty to direct and strengthen this instinct with wisdom and care. Though a child is born with the instinct to believe, he is not born knowing who to believe in. A knowledge of God must be revealed, and it is the duty of everyone who has a hand in a child's spiritual upbringing to reveal God to him. But this is not beyond a child's grasp. A child is just as capable of truly understanding God as the most brilliant thinker. He does not need to be led little by little to this knowledge as if it were too deep for him. As soon as a child can understand that his voice can be heard by his mother or father in another room, he is ready to understand that his voice can also be heard by a loving Father he cannot see, one who is always near, always listening, and always good. This Father is not only his own, but the Father of his parents and of all people. He is able to do anything, and he always does what is right. With this knowledge, a child can be taught to pray with faith as soon as he can speak. And even before he can speak clearly, he can begin to grasp something of what prayer means. From the very start, a child is able to take in great truths about who God is and what God can do, just as fully as a trained theologian. For this reason, we should not be afraid of giving too much spiritual truth to a child's mind, as long as we offer it simply and clearly, without trying to explain every part of it. Let truth be given as truth, and let it rest in the child's heart. Bishop Patteson, when teaching the gospel to the South Sea Islanders, found that John's gospel was the best place to begin. These people, untrained in the scriptures, could receive deep spiritual truth more easily than they could follow Bible history. The same is true of children. They can grasp the deepest truths of Scripture, such as who Jesus is and how much he loves them, long before they can understand the timeline of biblical events. To insist that a child must know the Bible's structure before understanding the central message of Christ's love is as unreasonable as saying a child must study the human body before he can believe in his mother's love. The first and most vital lesson in training a child's faith is to teach him to have faith in God, not just in the power of prayer or the rewards of good behavior, but in God himself. Many children are taught that if they pray, they will get what they ask for, and if they behave well, they will be blessed. But this leads their faith to rest in their own conduct or in the results of prayer, rather than in God's unchanging goodness and wisdom. A child's faith must be grounded in who God is, the one who hears his prayers and calls him to obedience out of love, not as a condition for blessings. If you tell a child that God is both able and willing to give him whatever he asks in prayer, the child will believe you, and he may pray for something like a sunny day. If the weather turns out sunny, his faith in prayer is strengthened. But if the day turns out rainy, he becomes confused. Doubt may begin to rise in his mind. Is prayer really what I thought it was? The same happens when a child prays for someone's healing, or for a special gift, or a successful outcome in something important to him, and the answer is not what he hoped for. When a child's faith is built only on getting what he asks for, that faith becomes unstable. But when his faith is anchored in God himself, trusting that God is always good, always wise, always loving, then he can accept any answer to his prayer, knowing it comes from a perfect Father. This is the foundation of true, lasting faith, and it is what parents must begin to build in the heart of a child. If instead you plainly tell a child that God knows what is best for us, better than we know ourselves, and that although God wants us to bring him all our desires and troubles in prayer, we must trust him to decide what he will give or do, then the child will accept this truth gladly. With this understanding, his faith in God remains steady, even when his prayers are not answered the way he hoped. Too often, children are taught to believe in the power of prayer rather than in God himself. As a result, their faith is shaken again and again when their prayers do not produce the outcome they expected. This would not happen if their faith were rooted in God rather than in prayer alone. If you tell a child that God loves good children but doesn't love bad children, the child will believe you. Then, when he thinks he's good, he'll be happy that there's a God who likes him. But when he knows he's done wrong, he may feel sad that there's a God who must now be against him. In this case, your teaching doesn't help the child trust in God. It teaches him to trust in his own goodness as a way to earn favor with a God you've wrongly described. But if you tell a child that God is love, and that his love always reaches out to everyone, even to those who don't love him, and that while God wants children to be good, he still loves them tenderly when they're bad, the child will gladly accept this great truth. Then he's more likely to trust in God and want to be good because the loving God wants him to be. In this way, a child's trust in God can help stir and guide his desire to do what is right. To train a child's faith more clearly and fully, teach him about the Incarnation. Even very young children can understand that God, in his love, sent his Son into the world as a baby named Jesus, a name that means Savior. They can learn that Jesus grew up, loved little children, died for them, still watches over them, and is always ready to help them in every need forever. With this knowledge, a child can be taught to trust Jesus at all times, to feel safe in darkness and danger because of his love and presence, to know he understands, and to rest in him as a true and perfect Savior. It's not a question of whether a child is capable of such faith. He clearly is. The better question might be whether anyone but a child is truly able to reach this kind of faith. One thing is certain, because Jesus said it himself. Whoever does not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it. In other words, the faith of a child is not only real, it is the model for all who would believe. Training a child's faith is the most delicate and most important duty of all in the work of child training. More of the child's well-being, more of his joy in life, and more of his future usefulness depends on this than on any other part of his upbringing. Whoever takes on the task of guiding a child's faith must have wisdom, but even more, he must have faith himself. The kind of faith he hopes to nurture in the child must be real and active in his own heart. A parent, especially, must be careful not to discourage or damage the gentle stirrings of faith in a child's soul. For it was the Lord Jesus himself who gave this warning. Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him if a great millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea. Chapter 15. Training Children to Sabbath Observance. Every day belongs to the Lord, even for children. But one day each week is set apart in a special way as the Lord's Day, both for children and for adults. Many Christian parents wrestle with how to train their children to observe the Sabbath rightly. And often, the more sincere, loving, and Christ-like the parent is, the more puzzling the matter becomes. The challenge is not simply how to enforce Sabbath observance, but how to define what true and proper Sabbath observance looks like for a child. If the goal were only to make a child follow strict Sabbath rules, a firm and forceful parent, with a stern face, a birch rod, and a dark closet, could manage that easily enough. But if the aim is to lead a child into joyful and loving service to God on his day, then something more is required than punishment and pressure. This calls for understanding, gentleness, and the right view of what the Sabbath truly means. All true service to God must be rooted in love. Any obedience that is fearful, forced, or resentful will not find God's approval. The Sabbath is meant to be a sign of the loving covenant between God and his people. It is to be remembered, honored, and kept holy, set apart with glad devotion. One day in 7 is to be dedicated to loving thoughts of God, to resting from our usual work and pleasures, and to active, joyful participation in worship. This is the spirit in which God's children should approach the Sabbath. This is the day which the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. The real challenge for faithful parents is this: how to train their children to delight in the Lord's day, how to help them look forward to it with joy, and look back on it with sweet memories. That matters more than whether the child conforms to old traditions of Sabbath observance. It is a great wrong to ignore the Sabbath altogether in raising children. But an even greater wrong is to make the Lord's day feel like a burden, a day of restrictions and boredom, rather than a gift and a delight. As a child's work during the week differs from that of his parents, so his activities on the Lord's Day should also differ from theirs. It would be unkind and unwise to demand that on this one special day, a child must do exactly what his parents do, turning the Sabbath into a day of toil and discomfort for him. The Lord's Day is meant to be a day of rest and worship for both parent and child. But simple inaction is not rest, and sitting still during a church service is not by itself worship. Rest comes through a change of activity. Worship comes by turning the heart and mind toward God. The real question for parents is how to guide their children into a Sabbath that brings both refreshing rest and joyful worship. Forming habits of loving and reverent Sabbath observance is a matter of training, and that training should begin early and continue through all of childhood. Long before a child can understand the meaning of the Sabbath, or why it is to be kept in a unique way, he can learn that one day in 7 is different. Its tone is quieter, its spirit more joyful, its purpose higher. He can sense that it is a day marked by peace, reverence, and gladness. This atmosphere should be established from the very beginning in every Christian home. Even animals, a dog, a horse, an ox, can come to recognize and enjoy some of the blessings of the Sabbath. An infant is just as capable as one of these of receiving early impressions of peace and sacredness on this day. But whether those impressions take root depends entirely on the people responsible for the child's training. One common difficulty in training children to observe the Lord's Day is that the training often begins too late. A child may go many months or even years without any guidance in distinguishing the Sabbath from other days. By the time parents first try to introduce a sense of reverence or difference, the child already has fixed habits that stand in the way. The new expectations interrupt his usual routine, and what could have been welcome becomes a disruption. But it doesn't need to be this way. From the very start of a child's life, his earliest experiences should be linked to the peace, brightness, and joy of the Lord's day. His earliest habits should reflect that this day is set apart, higher, gentler, and more joyful than the rest. And this kind of distinction can be made if the parents are intentional. It is the parent's responsibility to mark out this day clearly in the child's mind as the special day of the week. The difference can be seen in simple ways: how the child is dressed, how he is washed, or how he is handled on that day. A tiresome part of his morning routine could be set aside, or some gentle kindness added to make the day stand out. A sweeter song might be sung in his hearing. A bright or beautiful object might be shown, or a special treat given. These small changes can make the day shine in a child's mind compared to the days on either side of it. As soon as the child is old enough to grasp a rattle or play with a toy, there should be a difference between his Sabbath toy and his weekday toys. Through one small difference after another, the child can learn to associate the Lord's day with his happiest thoughts. He can be trained to love it, long before he understands why it is given to him. A child who has reached this point is already well along in good training. When a child's birthday comes, loving parents often go out of their way to express their love with special gifts or joys, making that day a celebration. They do the same at Christmas, setting the day apart as one of delight, not because their love is absent the rest of the year, but because they want these seasons to be reminders of the love that is always present. So it should be with the Lord's Day. Every Sunday is a weekly reminder of God's unfailing love. Parents should make this day stand out, not just by restrictions, but by kindness and joy. They can hold back the week's best things, special activities, stories, songs, or privileges, to make the Lord's Day the brightest, happiest day of all. It is common for a child's best clothing to be reserved for the Lord's Day. In the same way, it would be wise and helpful to reserve a child's best toys, best books, best pictures, and best enjoyments for that special day each week. This is already a custom in many thoughtful Christian homes, and its benefits are clear wherever it is practiced. There ought to be a Sabbath drawer or cabinet or closet in every Christian household, a place of stored treasures that is opened only on the Lord's Day and brings joy and excitement whenever it is revealed to the children. In this special place could be kept bright-colored Bible pictures, Sunday school papers, storybooks chosen especially for the Sabbath, puzzles made from Bible texts or maps of Bible lands, the Lord's Prayer, the Apostles' Creed, or models of biblical scenes like Noah's Ark or the Tabernacle. Whatever is stored there must be set apart entirely for the Sabbath. No matter how much the children may ask or plead to see them during the week, these items should remain hidden until the Lord's Day returns. In this way, their use becomes tied in the child's mind to the day itself and helps to make the day feel like a celebration of God's love and goodness. By such simple and joyful means, even a child's play can become part of Sabbath rest and Sabbath worship, just as a parent's time in teaching, reading, or leading worship becomes a form of sacred rest. The child, too, can experience the Lord's Day as a delight, full of God's best gifts and filled with holy joy. Even the youngest children can begin to find joy in the Lord's Day through small and special touches, like a piece of Sabbath candy or cake given only on Sundays. Some children who are not allowed sweets during the week receive a little treat at their grandmother's house after Sunday school each Lord's Day. Others grow up fondly remembering pretend Sabbath visits at home, where tiny dishes and special settings were brought out, items they only ever saw on Sundays. Still others recall with delight the privilege of staying up for family tea on Sunday evenings, though they were sent to bed earlier on other days. When the Lord's Day is made delightful in such ways, and the child comes to understand in time that this is because it is the Lord's Day, then there is a gain in their spiritual training. The Sabbath becomes what God meant it to be, a day set apart for blessing and joy in the loving service of a loving God. But if a child's first memories of the Sabbath are of strict rules, gloom, or boredom, then the day may come to feel burdensome. It becomes in the child's heart a day of disappointment rather than delight, a dishonoring of the day and the Lord who gave it. And parents who allow this are responsible for that misrepresentation. As children grow older and become more able to understand the deeper meaning of the Sabbath, they need more help, not less, to make the best use of the day. The family time of worship should be richer on Sundays than on any other day, more complete, more joyful, and more varied. This might include studying the Sunday school lesson together as a family. In some homes, the children hold a Sunday school of their own at home, led by a parent or older sibling, with maps, slates, and even a blackboard to help. In other homes, the father leads a simple worship service for the children in the evening, reading a short sermon from one of the many books written especially for young listeners. In either case, every child should have a part, whether through singing, reading scripture, or asking and answering questions. Through these shared and thoughtful times, children are led more deeply into the joy, rest, and worship God intends for His day. Beyond formal lessons, one child might show and explain a picture book of Bible stories or scripture cards to younger ones. Another group could pick out Bible people or places from recent lessons and arrange them alphabetically on slates or slips of paper, while others work on Bible puzzles or interesting Bible questions, which are widely available for this purpose. It's good to have variety in these methods from week to week, and this variety is entirely possible. Singing joyful and meaningful songs of praise should naturally be more prominent during family worship and at other times throughout the Lord's Day than on other days. Parents should also make time on Sundays to read aloud to their children, tell them stories that meet their needs, and have open, friendly conversations with them. Nothing else can take the place of this kind of personal training. It takes time, courage, self-denial, and faith, but it is more than worth the effort. This is separate from the child's attendance at Sunday school or public worship. When a child is old enough to participate meaningfully in Sunday school, they should be guided to enjoy and benefit from it spiritually. Later, when they can attend the main worship service without becoming overly tired, parents should help make that time a joyful experience for them. Sabbath worship should bring rest, not weariness. It should be filled with light, not gloom. The whole day should be marked by reverence, but a joyful reverence, not a somber one. If children view the Lord's Day as dull or unpleasant, it is a clear sign that the parents have not properly taught them to see it as the special day of their loving Father in heaven. Whether at home, in Sunday school, or in church, children should learn to see the Lord's Day as a cheerful and happy day. Though different from other days in what is done and how it's enjoyed, it should be the best day of the week. A young boy raised in such a home once heard a friend wish it were already Monday. The boy quickly replied with genuine feeling, "Why? I like Sunday best of all the days." That's how it should be for every boy and girl in a Christian home. In short, through one method or another, or several, children should be trained to find joy in the Lord's Day and in the Lord's service. And it is the duty of parents to ensure that, at the very least, their own children are raised this way. It can be done, and it should be done. Chapter 16. Training a Child in Amusements. Amusements rightly belong to children. A child needs to be amused simply because he is a child. It may be debated whether an adult of average intelligence and decent character truly needs amusements, though adults certainly need rest and healthy recreation in moderation. But there is no real question that children need amusements, and if they need amusements, then they must be taught how to choose and enjoy them wisely. Knowing how to amuse a child in a wise and helpful way is a practical concern for any nurse or loving parent, starting from the moment the baby first begins to watch a ball or shiny object dangled just beyond reach, or listens to a rattle shaken above him. This concern continues as the child grows and starts choosing his own ways to relax and play. How this need is handled affects the child's character and happiness, because amusements shape how a child views life and its purpose, and they help prepare, or fail to prepare, him for the responsibilities he will face. A child's amusements vary widely in their type, their influence, and the company they involve. Some of these amusements may seem only slightly different at first, but those small differences can reflect deeper differences in principle and approach. They should be considered not just as they appear on the surface, but in light of where they are likely to lead over time. In fact, the main responsibility of a parent who wants to guide their children wisely in this area is to look for the underlying reasons why a certain amusement appeals to the child, and to consider the clear direction of its influence, starting from the very first attempts to amuse the child. The main companions in a child's amusements should be the parents. Of course, it isn't possible for parents to be their child's only playmates or to always join in, but they should still show enough interest in their child's amusements that the child feels just as close to them in play as in any other part of life. If a child has no shared amusement with his parents, a painful distance may grow between them in the very part of life that holds the most joy and influence, while the child is young and most easily shaped. One of the first duties of a truly Christian parent, says Bushnell, is to show real sympathy for their children's play by providing toys and opportunities for play, inviting good companions for them, and teaching them that part of the joy of play is making sure their friends are also enjoying themselves, not just playing for their own selfish pleasure. At times, a parent who truly cares about their children's play will set aside the seriousness of adulthood and join in their fun. Children enjoy those moments more than any others, and such times will actually strengthen the parent's authority. By drawing closer through shared joy, that authority becomes more welcome and more effective. A true mother will naturally want to take an active and loving interest in her child's amusements, and she should remind herself that the time spent showing this sympathy is not time wasted. It may be more difficult for the father to find time or show the same level of interest, but he should still find some way to be part of it. Just a few minutes in the morning, letting the little ones climb into his bed before he gets up and play there, can go a long way in connecting him to their world of play. The same is true for a short time in the evening, when he learns about their favorite amusements and shows that he values them because his children value them. No companionship should be allowed in a child's amusements if it tends to weaken his morals or corrupt his sense of right and wrong. Sometimes a parent may be tempted to let the child spend time in a part of the home or neighborhood just for the sake of amusement, with children or adults they would not approve of in any other context. This is a serious mistake. The influences a child absorbs while playing at the stable or street corner can be just as strong, and sometimes stronger, than those he encounters in more formal settings like the parlor or dining room, especially because play draws out the child's full energy and attention. The companions a child has during play are a key part of his moral and character development. Amusements can, and should, help build and strengthen a child's manliness or womanliness. On the other hand, they can also harm a child's tastes and character. Even the simplest games and toys can lean one way or the other. A child's early amusements play a role in training the eye, ear, hand, voice, and body movements. Because of this, they should be carefully chosen and guided. This idea is central to the kindergarten system, and parents who want to direct their child's amusements wisely may benefit from studying its methods. It is especially important that a child's amusements contain no element of chance that might lead him to believe his success in life depends on luck. From simple games like building blocks or jackstraws to more advanced games like ball or chess, every activity should be one where success or failure depends on the child's own skill and effort. A belief in luck, formed through games of chance in childhood, can harm a person's outlook for life. On the other hand, games that develop skill and character can shape a child for lifelong strength. This truth was reflected in the Duke of Wellington's words when he said, "It was there that the Battle of Waterloo was won," pointing to the playground of Eton. Children's amusements should not lead to late hours or push them to grow up too quickly. They should not turn into lifelong habits or occupations, gaining more control over the child as they age. Nor should they steer a child toward becoming someone who lives to entertain or be entertained. Instead, their amusements should draw them inward, toward the home, not pull them away from it. In every well-ordered home, a child should find more joy at home than anywhere else. This depends greatly on the kind of amusements provided there. It's not enough just to have amusements at home. They must be the kind that can't be enjoyed elsewhere in the same way. Some parents mistakenly try to keep their children at home by offering amusements that actually stir up a desire to go out in search of more. Wiser parents offer home amusements that are unique, meaningful, and best experienced within the home itself. A child may have in their own home a dollhouse, a collection of dolls and furniture, a play closet, building blocks, mechanical toys, a basement or attic play space, things not found in other homes. Being at home with these will be more appealing than visiting another house without them. A child may also find joy in making scrapbooks, painting pictures, or making candy, especially if the tools and freedom to do these things are more available at home. If singing and music are a regular part of home life, their absence will be felt when the child is elsewhere. The same is true for thoughtful games that require knowledge or creativity, things not often found in other homes. Amusements like these draw a child toward home, not away from it. This gives them their special value. It is the parents' responsibility to provide such amusements for their children, or face the cost of not doing so. Children will have amusements, whether their parents guide those choices or leave them on their own. These amusements will either help or harm the children. Parents must decide, will they let their children choose for themselves, risking choices that may bring harm, or will they choose good amusements and make them more appealing than the harmful ones? The outcome of this decision matters greatly for the parents, and even more so for the children. Chapter 17. Training a Child to Courtesy. Unless a person learns to be courteous, they are at a disadvantage in life, even if they possess every other good quality, whether material, mental, or spiritual. On the other hand, someone who is known for exceptional courtesy gains a natural advantage in all areas of life, greater even than health, wealth, or knowledge can give without it. But courtesy is not something we are born with. It must be taught and developed through training, even if that training is easier for some than for others. Courtesy is the outward expression of a right spirit toward others. It is rooted in a sincere and thoughtful concern for the rights and feelings of those around us. Still, the way that concern is expressed must be carefully taught by those who have experience and wisdom to pass on. Courtesy isn't just about polished behavior, though it always produces that. Good manners, politeness, and respectful behavior are part of courtesy, but they are not the heart of it. They are its natural result. As one person has said, good breeding is made up of a multitude of petty sacrifices. Another defines true politeness as the spirit of benevolence, showing itself in a refined way, the expression of goodwill and kindness. De Quincey describes fine manners as resting on two key things: respect for others and self-respect. A truly courteous person always has self-respect, but not self-assertion. His dignity shows itself in how seriously he takes his responsibility to care for others. His courtesy is revealed more in what he is willing to do for others than in what he expects from them. He forgets himself in the effort to bless and serve those around him. A person may appear attractive, graceful, well-dressed, polite, and speak in a refined tone, and still lack true courtesy. In fact, when someone is focused on appearing courteous, trying to impress or earn respect, that very effort can make them seem insincere or self-centered. On the other hand, there are people, often with no special physical beauty, no concern for fashion, and no focus on polished manners, who are called just delightful by everyone around them. Why? Because they are genuinely thoughtful of others. Such people, whether receiving guests or visiting others, give no thought to themselves, their looks, their words, or the impression they're making. They are completely focused on the people they're with. They listen with interest, speak kindly from the heart, avoid unpleasant topics, and bring up things that are enjoyable and welcome. Because they forget about themselves, they earn respect, affection, and admiration far beyond what they might expect. Many men show this same kind of unselfish interest in others and are recognized for their genuine courtesy. But real courtesy, for either men or women, is impossible unless the person has truly set self aside. When training a child in courtesy, it's not helpful to tell them to forget themselves. That only draws attention inward. It's far better to teach them to think of others. The more someone tries to forget themselves, the more self-conscious they become. This often leads to shyness or awkwardness. But when a child truly thinks about others, what they need, feel, or enjoy, they naturally forget about themselves. Self-forgetfulness is not something you aim at directly. It comes as a result of putting others first. For example, if you tell a young person to walk confidently into a crowded room without thinking of themselves, it may only make them more self-aware and uncomfortable. But if you send them in with an urgent message for someone inside, their focus on the other person will help them forget their own discomfort. This principle should guide all efforts to train children in true courtesy. To be truly courteous, a child must learn to show proper respect in greetings, in saying thank you, and in acknowledging any kindness shown to them. Most thoughtful parents will teach this much, but real courtesy goes far beyond polite greetings. It requires deeper training. Many boys, for example, may be careful to greet adults respectfully or thank someone for a favor, yet still lack courtesy in daily interactions. Why? Because they haven't been taught to show genuine, unselfish interest in others. Instead, they tend to talk about themselves or whatever matters most to them personally, rather than learning what matters to others and showing interest in that. If for any reason they can't speak about their own concerns, they often don't know what to talk about and may seem awkward or uncomfortable. So while they follow polite customs, their lack of true courtesy becomes clear. Parents must be aware of this and guide their children accordingly. When a child has a playmate over, he should be taught to first consider what the guest would enjoy and to adjust his own words and actions to make that guest feel welcome and included. When visiting another home, the child should be reminded to join in what others are doing and to express real enjoyment in their activities. And when the child returns, the parents should ask what the child found interesting, what was said or done, and how he responded, offering either praise or correction based on how well he showed courtesy. Likewise, when a child has spoken with an older person, whether at home or elsewhere, the parents should find out whether the child behaved respectfully or pushed himself forward. Did he listen? Did he show interest in what was said or done for him? Based on what the parents learn, they should kindly offer comments, either encouragement or correction. So the child continues to grow in real, thoughtful courtesy. If a child has been discourteous, whether to someone their own age or to an older person, they should be taught to express sincere regret openly and to ask for forgiveness. True courtesy includes a willingness to apologize for any failure, whether it was intentional or not. A child must be trained carefully to develop this habit of honest apology. Anyone who hesitates to apologize, even for small offenses, lacks the spirit of real courtesy. The more a person truly cares about how others feel, the more they will want to express regret if they've caused discomfort in any way. Of course, this kind of training is hard for both the child and the parent, but it benefits them both. If a child shows poor manners, it reflects on the parent's failure to train him properly. And if a child grows up without being trained in courtesy, they will carry that disadvantage throughout life. A person who has not been taught to put others first in conversation and to express genuine interest in others will always struggle to speak freely and comfortably with people. On the other hand, a child who has received thoughtful training in this area will be both pleasant and courteous. They will enjoy their interactions with others and will be a source of enjoyment to those around them. Most awkwardness in social situations, feelings of embarrassment or discomfort, comes from being too focused on oneself, whether it's one's own interests, feelings, or appearance. The best way to protect children from this is to train them, from an early age, to take interest in others and to show it, both at home and elsewhere. This is the foundation of true and visible courtesy. Chapter 18. Cultivating a Child's Taste in Reading. Reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body, says Addison. Just as physical exercise strengthens and sustains the body, reading preserves and builds up the mind. As Dr. Johnson put it, the foundation of knowledge must be laid by reading. But not all reading is beneficial. Some reading weakens and corrupts the mind, while other reading strengthens and nourishes it. Some books form the basis of lasting knowledge, while others dull the desire for learning. A love for reading doesn't come naturally, it must be developed. And the habit of reading is usually formed in childhood. Whether a child's reading tastes are shaped well or poorly depends on the influence of the parents, who are responsible for that formation. Children should read books that build both their character and their understanding, and they should enjoy reading such books. Children will learn to enjoy whatever their parents encourage or allow them to enjoy. Parents, by what they choose to provide or permit, determine the direction of a child's reading life, either for their benefit or harm. This doesn't mean a child should only read books that are educational or morally instructive. Just as children need play and laughter for their bodies, they also need imagination and delight in their reading. As one poet put it, books should to one of these four ends conduce, for wisdom, piety, delight, or use. Reading simply for delight has its rightful place in shaping a well-rounded character, but no child should be left to read only what they happen to enjoy without guidance, nor should reading good books be turned into a burdensome chore. Parents should patiently and wisely nurture in their children a love for both entertaining and instructive reading, so that they come to enjoy the one as much as the other. Nonsense songs and Mother Goose rhymes have value. They amuse and draw children toward the joy of reading. They are to the mind what a toy rattle is to the ear, or a dancing puppet is to the eye, simple, fun, and foundational. The better kinds of fairy tales also play an important role in awakening a child's imagination. A child who never reads such stories will likely miss out on the creative pleasure they provide. But this is only the beginning. A child's reading must go beyond fun and fantasy, and it's the parent's role to make sure that this early interest leads on to deeper and more meaningful reading. Fiction does have a place in a child's reading. A well-told story, though imaginary, can leave strong and lasting impressions on the heart, and can move a child toward right thinking and right feeling. That is why so many books in Sunday school libraries, though fictional, have value in training children. But fiction should never be the main part of a child's reading. Emotional influence and moral impressions are not enough by themselves. They cannot take the place of real instruction or solid knowledge. Even if a child reads only the very best religious fiction, that alone will not fully develop their mind or shape their character into mature, balanced adulthood. If a child doesn't also read books that teach, inform, and connect him with history and the world around him, he will miss a vital part of growth. The Bible calls us to grow not only in grace, but in knowledge, and a child who neglects that will be the poorer for it. It is natural for children to prefer fun and exciting stories over books of facts, but that does not mean their preferences should guide their reading any more than they should be allowed to eat only sweets and avoid healthy food. A child left to himself causeth shame to his mother, and that includes being left to read whatever he likes. Without intentional guidance, a child will never reach his full potential, and his parents will lose the joy they could have had in his development. But the good news is that a wise parent can train a child to enjoy the right kind of reading. Parents can shape their children's taste so that they truly enjoy books of history, biography, travel, science, and useful knowledge. Children can come to find these books not only interesting but more rewarding than stories built on excitement or imagination alone. This is not a distant ideal. It is seen in real life. There are many boys and girls, even as young as 10 or 12, who prefer reading factual, educational books and see little value in fiction, religious or otherwise. If more parents were careful and committed in training their children this way, far more children would grow up with noble, elevated tastes in reading. Though it is a straightforward task, cultivating a child's reading taste is by no means easy. A parent must first understand just how important this responsibility is and commit to it from the child's earliest years until strong, healthy habits are firmly established. The parent must know which books to encourage and which to keep away. Then comes the daily work of making good books appealing while firmly rejecting harmful ones. This requires time, thought, patience, and firm resolve, but the reward far outweighs the cost. Guarding against harmful reading is especially critical. Once a child develops a taste for the excitement and thrill of sensational fiction, it becomes much harder to help them enjoy books that teach and inform. That's why parents must take care that their children are not exposed to flashy, exaggerated stories disguised as truth, even if they come from well-meaning neighbors, relatives, or even the Sunday school library. Fairy tales have their place, if they are read as fairy tales, and only the best of their kind. Fiction, too, has a proper role, as long as it stays within limits of quality and quantity. But neither imaginative stories nor fiction should be allowed to stir up the mind in unhealthy ways or to spoil the child's taste for truth and substance. This is a serious responsibility, and it rests squarely on the shoulders of the parent. No effort should be spared to protect the child from mental poison, just as surely as from physical harm. Keeping harmful books out of a child's hands is only part of a parent's duty in shaping their reading taste. A child must also be guided to develop genuine interest in books that are good and helpful, and doing this well takes skill, sensitivity, and steady effort. Good books must be sought out by the parent, and when they're given to the child, they should be introduced in a way that stirs the child's curiosity and desire to learn. In choosing and presenting books, the parent must consider the child's age, personality, tendencies, and current surroundings. These details influence how the child will respond, and using them wisely can help the child connect with the reading more deeply. For example, around the 4th of July, a child can be introduced to the American Revolution and given a book about the boys of '76. If they notice a picture of the Tower of London, that's a good time to explore stories from English history. If they're visiting the seashore or mountains, pointing out a shell, a crab, a tree, or a rock can lead naturally into a book about nature or woodcraft. If a child asks about Jerusalem, Athens, or Rome, that moment can be used to point them toward stories like The Children's Crusade or simplified classics from ancient history. A passing mention of Africa, India, or the South Seas can become an opening to talk about missions and to introduce inspiring missionary stories, past and present. The small events and everyday conversations of life, each question or comment, can become stepping stones into a world of rich and worthwhile reading for the parent who is watchful and ready to guide their child in that direction. A parent should always be alert and ready to recommend books that are suitable for their child and to stir the child's interest in them. One effective approach is to talk with the child beforehand about the topic of a book the parent intends to introduce, sharing just enough to spark curiosity and make the child want to know more, then offering the book as a natural next step, reading together with the child and asking questions about what they've read can deepen their engagement and increase their enjoyment. This shared interest strengthens the habit and adds meaning to the reading experience. In this way, a parent can steadily and effectively shape a child's reading taste, if they are both willing to put in the effort and wise in how they guide it. It is a task that can be done, and one that must be done. Chapter 19. The Value of Table Talk. As a person grows in intellect and character, they place greater value on mental and moral enjoyment during daily meals. To treat the table as merely a place to feed the body is to live on the level of animals. But to use that time also for enriching the mind and shaping the heart reflects a life where the higher nature is seeking to rise above the lower. Even among the ancient Greeks and Romans, despite their tendencies toward excess, there were moments when table fellowship became something more, offering a deeper kind of enjoyment through conversation and connection. When Jesus lived among us, he showed how the ordinary household meal could become a moment for spiritual and mental growth. Some of his most profound teachings were spoken during shared meals, And the table talk of great men has long been known for its honesty, depth, and natural power, words spoken more freely and memorably than in formal settings. There are clear reasons why mealtime conversation holds unique value in a Christian home. It is the one time of day when the entire family is usually gathered in one place. No matter how busy or scattered their lives may be, when the time comes to eat, everyone pauses and comes together. And in that moment, the stress and weight of the day are briefly set aside. The body is at rest, and the spirit is more open to kindness, attentiveness, and connection. This is the moment when each person is most free to speak and to listen, to share things of common interest rather than being absorbed in their own duties or distractions. It is a prime opportunity for meaningful conversation and for shaping hearts and minds through the ordinary grace of table talk. It is a simple fact that those who share regular meals at the same table, whether as family or as guests, come to know each other more deeply. Through the ordinary rhythm of mealtime conversation, they give and receive encouragement, insight, and understanding that would be difficult to gain in any other setting. Yet while this opportunity is available to nearly every household, only a few families truly recognize its full potential or make the most of it as a tool for shaping minds and hearts. Still, any parent who is serious about training their children well cannot afford to neglect this powerful means of influence. To overlook table talk as a part of child training is to accept a real and lasting loss in that training. Family customs in the United States make this opportunity even more accessible than in other countries. In many parts of Europe, young children often eat separately, under the care of nurses or governesses, rather than joining their parents at the table. But in American homes, children are typically brought to the family table early and are included not only in daily meals, but also in special gatherings with guests. Because of this, table talk has become one of the most significant and natural parts of child training in American households. It varies greatly from home to home, but in its best form, it is a strong and steady influence in both the intellectual and moral development of children. About 50 years ago, a New England gentleman, well known as a philanthropist, educator, and author, had close relationships with other notable figures in similar fields, both in America and abroad. His home was a frequent meeting place for these men. He had a large family, and all his children were allowed at the table whenever these guests were present, just as they were at every other mealtime. The conversation at that table, whether between parents and guests or between parents and children, was a rich source of learning. For the children, it amounted to a liberal education. It gave them broad knowledge they likely could not have gained in any other way, and it inspired and encouraged them in countless directions. Now that they themselves are grown, many with children and grandchildren of their own, they clearly recognize how much they benefited from the table talk of their early home, and they are working to preserve and pass on that same practice in their own households. In another New England home, the father was a thoughtful man, usually quiet and reserved around his children. But at the family table, he would open up in a way he didn't elsewhere. He too had a large family and frequent visitors. At that table, every member, young or old, was encouraged to ask questions, share opinions, and join in spirited discussion. These conversations, shared freely between father, mother, children, and guests, were lively, thought-provoking, and deeply formative. That table became the intellectual and moral center of the home. It was the most engaging and attractive place in the house. No one wanted to leave it until absolutely necessary. And now, though the members of that family are scattered far and wide, each one still remembers and values the table talk of their childhood. They agree that no single influence did more to shape them than the conversations held around that table. In one household where table talk is both enjoyable and meaningful, the family has developed the habit of settling questions on the spot whenever a word's pronunciation or meaning, a historical date, or a geographic location comes up in conversation. To make this possible, a bookstand sits in the dining room, holding an English dictionary on top, with a biographical dictionary and a pronouncing gazetteer on the shelves below, all ready for quick reference. This simple practice encourages learning and curiosity in real time. At breakfast, the father reads over the newspaper and shares key news stories with the family, highlighting what he finds most important or interesting. The children are also encouraged to share what they're learning in school, or to ask about topics raised by teachers or classmates. Through this ongoing habit of open conversation, the children are steadily exposed to a wider range of ideas and information than they would encounter on their own. In another example, one father made a habit of saving the most interesting parts of his daily experience or study to share with his children at the table, either that evening or the next morning. Another father would choose a topic a day in advance to guide dinner conversation. For instance, if a historical figure was mentioned in the morning paper, like Bismarck, Gladstone, Parnell, or Henry M. Stanley, he might say, "Let's talk about that man tomorrow at dinner. Everyone find out what you can, and we'll share what we learn." In this way, children are trained not only to take an interest in world events and notable people, but also to think, study, and search out knowledge for themselves. The family table becomes a place of learning, inquiry, and delight, a daily training ground for intellectual growth. There is no limit to the ways table talk can be used in child training, nor to the impact it has, regardless of how it's conducted. In fact, table talk often shapes a child's mind and heart, whether parents intend it to or not. Every family table includes conversation, and that conversation always leaves its mark on the children present. In some homes, the father's talk at the table is mostly complaining about the food or about how the household is run. Some mothers are quicker to scold their children for their behavior than to speak of anything meaningful or educational. In other homes, parents talk only to each other, pausing only to snap, "Why don't you keep quiet, children, while we're talking?" But this, too, is a form of table talk, and it has influence. It shapes children's attitudes toward their parents and toward the home. It lowers their respect, dulls their interest in being at the table, and leaves them thinking of mealtime as nothing more than a time to eat and be silent. The influence is strong, even if it's not helpful. Every family should aim for table talk that makes mealtime one of the most pleasant and enriching parts of the day, a time children look forward to, both for enjoyment and for growth. But for this to happen, parents must come to the table with something worth talking about. They must be willing to share it, and they must keep their children in mind, not as interruptions, but as participants in that conversation. Only then can table talk become a lasting force for good in the life of a child. Chapter 20. Guiding a Child in Companionships. A child will have companions. It is both natural and necessary. Even if it were possible to raise a child in isolation, it would not be desirable. Companionship is essential, not only because of the way the world is, but because of the way it ought to be. For that reason, parents must be fully alert to the importance of guiding each of their children in choosing companions and in managing the influence of those companions who enter their lives without being chosen. No child can be trained properly in isolation, nor solely through authority figures speaking down to them. Some of the most powerful influences in a child's life come from the side, not from above, from peers, not just from parents or teachers. These influences work through shared experience, sympathy, and imitation, not just instruction. There are lessons that a child will learn far more effectively from a peer than from an adult. And there are desires and motivations that only arise when a child is among other children. Feelings of belonging, cooperation, imitation, and shared purpose that do not develop in solitude. Every parent who watches closely has seen this. A child suddenly takes an interest in something a parent had tried and failed to teach, simply because a friend mentioned it. What the parent's repeated words could not do, a single comment from a peer accomplished instantly. The child saw in that friend a reflection of themselves and was moved. On the other hand, many parents have also watched with regret as a child picked up a harmful idea or habit after only a short time with the wrong companion, despite all previous teaching and guidance at home. These examples show how powerful peer influence truly is. Such power must not be overlooked. It can be either a great tool for good or a serious threat to a child's development. And it is the parent's responsibility to recognize and guide that influence with care and wisdom. Any thoughtful parent will recognize that a child cannot be trained in selflessness, patience, sympathy, or loving service toward others unless they are given real opportunities to practice those virtues in daily relationships with companions. A child learns to bear with the weak, to wait on the impatient, to show kindness to those in need, only through regular interaction with other children. No parent would claim it's best for a child to grow up without these essential elements of character building. An only child is at a natural disadvantage in this regard. Without siblings, they miss out on daily lessons that companionship within the home might offer. The spontaneous challenges and joys that arise from playing, disagreeing, sharing, and serving. The constant calls to put others first are absent. Parents of an only child should take care to make up for this by intentionally providing opportunities for their child to be with others through regular time spent with children from other homes. It is unwise for any parent to attempt to train a child without the help that child companionships bring. A child cannot grow with full balance and strength and character without them. Even in homes with several children, there remains a need for friendships outside the family. A sibling may not meet the particular needs of another child of the same age or interest. There is a kind of influence that only comes from a peer who shares similar thoughts, struggles, and stages of life, something even a loving parent or older sibling cannot fully replicate. Because companions hold so much power over a child's development, parents must watch and guide these relationships closely. When choosing a place to live, a summer destination, a school, or a Sunday school class, the potential companions a child will encounter there should weigh heavily in the decision. And once these places are chosen, the work is not over. Parents must still stay attentive, helping their child form healthy friendships and avoid harmful ones. Neglect at this point can lead to lifelong harm, but careful attention here may be more influential than anything else in the shaping of a child's heart and character. It is the duty of every parent to know who their child's companions are, and not just their names or homes, but the character, behavior, and influence of each one individually. This is where a parent's most critical work begins in guiding and shaping a child's friendships. To gain this insight, a parent must have their child's trust, and to have their trust, the parent must give sincere and consistent sympathy. That may mean opening the home to these companions, welcoming them personally, and maintaining an open heart and hand toward them. It certainly means listening carefully whenever the child speaks about their friends, what they say, what they do, what they value. Parents who do this can effectively guide their children in their relationships. It's a shame more parents are not willing to make this effort, considering how much good it can accomplish. Once a parent understands their child's circle of friends, they must then encourage the best and discourage the rest. They should help their child see what makes one friendship beneficial and another harmful. This includes teaching the child how to choose wisely, how to keep the right kind of friend, and how to walk away from the wrong kind, even if that choice is difficult. Letting friendships simply take their course without oversight is never safe. A parent must take responsibility for helping the child choose companions that build up rather than tear down. And beyond guarding the child's well-being, a parent should also seek to help the child be a good friend. A child's influence among peers should be for good, not only for his own benefit, but for theirs. Friendship should be mutually strengthening, shaped by the intention to be a blessing, not merely to receive one. So if a parent understands the value of companionship, seeks out the best influences, studies those relationships closely, helps the child sift wisely, and encourages upward growth in each connection, they will accomplish much in this area of child training. To neglect this part of training is to risk everything else. However well a child is taught at home, their companions will still shape who they become. Chapter 21. Never punish a child in anger. Anger is not always sinful. A parent can be angry without doing wrong. In fact, most parents do get angry whether it's justified or not. Children can be very frustrating, and parents often feel provoked. It is not always wrong to punish a child. Sometimes punishment's necessary, and it is the parent's responsibility to give it. But it is always wrong to punish a child while angry. No matter how much punishment may be needed, a parent should never deliver it while angry. This is a rule that has no exceptions. Yet in reality, most of the punishment given to children by parents is done in anger. And this is one of the many wrongs that children suffer because of their parents' failure. Anger is heated emotion. It is passion. It takes control of the person and focuses the mind only on the offense that caused it, while ignoring everything else. But punishment should be a thoughtful decision. It requires a clear mind, calm judgment, and a fair understanding of all sides of the situation. Anger does not allow for fair judgment. Therefore, no one can judge rightly while angry. Even if the anger is justified and the impulse to punish is aimed in the right direction, the punishment might still be unfair. The parent in that moment is not in the right state of mind to decide wisely. It is their duty to wait until they can think clearly and look at the situation with a calm and fair perspective. No judge is worthy of their office if they act on their first impression without giving time to hear the full case. In the same way, no parent acts rightly who punishes a child while still under the control of anger. There are many things in a child's behavior that can strongly provoke a parent to anger, especially if the parent has a passionate nature or struggles with a quick temper. A child may disobey after being clearly and repeatedly told what to do. He may fight with other children or be rude to his caregiver. He may be constantly irritable, throw a violent tantrum, destroy things carelessly, or act in a way that puts himself or others in danger. He might grab a toy from his younger sibling or pull his mother's hair. He may use foul language or make angry threats. He might even slap or scratch someone who offers him affection. Such behavior could provoke even a saint, and certainly will provoke most parents, who are not saints. In these moments, while the parent is angry and the child clearly seems to deserve punishment, the temptation is to punish right away. But that temptation should never be followed. If it is, it cannot be done without sin. Punishment may still be necessary in such cases. But for it to be truly just, and for the child to see it as just, it must be carefully thought through. It must be clear that the punishment is not coming from emotional impulse. A parent should never give a punishment in the heat of the moment that they would not give once calm, after talking the matter over with the child, when the child is in a better state of mind. Whether the punishment that seems fitting while the parent is angry is still the right choice when the parent is calm can only be known after taking time to reflect. A fair decision requires looking at the situation with both passion and patience, but acting only with the second. "What?" asked a surprised father while talking with the writer about this very topic. "Are you saying I must never punish my son while I'm angry with him? Then I'd hardly ever punish him at all. It's when I'm sitting up late waiting for him, after I've told him over and over that he needs to come home early, that I feel like grabbing hold of him when he finally walks in. If I said nothing then and waited until the next morning, I'd sleep off all my anger and he wouldn't be punished at all." That father, in saying this, spoke for many parents who punish while angry. In cases like these, the child is punished not because justice is being carried out, but because the parent's passion is overflowing, and whether or not the parent realizes it, the child can usually tell the difference. How many slaps, shouts, shakes, and harsh sentences would never happen if parents simply waited until they were calm before deciding whether punishment was even needed. It's not easy for a parent to hold back when angry, but anyone who cannot control themselves should not attempt to control others. Until a parent has themselves under control, they are not ready to take up the matter of their child's wrongdoing in a fair and thoughtful way. Of course, there are situations where a parent must act immediately to stop dangerous or harmful behavior, whether calm or not. In those cases, the action is not punishment, it is protection. A child might be pulling on a tablecloth and risking a heavy dish or a hot teapot falling on their head. They might reach toward a burning lamp or an open razor. There's no time to delay. If a warning doesn't work, the child must be stopped right away. A quick tap on the fingers might be the safest way to prevent harm. So again, a rebellious child may be about to throw something, perhaps at an expensive mirror, or at another child's head in a fit of anger. In such a moment, there's no time to waste. Whether the parent is angry or not, they may need to grab the child's raised arm to prevent harm or damage. In that case, wise and immediate action is required regardless of the parent's emotional state. But this kind of action is more like what a police officer does to keep the peace, not what a judge does in passing sentence. The question of whether punishment is deserved must still be considered, and that decision must wait until the parent is free of anger. Anger, in the sense of intense indignation, may sometimes be a fitting expression of a parent's feelings. But this is only in rare cases, when the child has clearly crossed all known boundaries of right and wrong and knows full well how serious his offense is. As Dr. Bushnell puts it, there are moments of outrageous and shocking behavior when an explosion is wanted, when a father best reflects the justice of God through a strong, immediate outburst of offended feeling. In such rare moments, the father becomes an avenger without planning or preparation. But even then, this is not truly punishment in the usual sense. A child knows the difference between punishment given in anger and punishment given with a calm and fair mind, and he judges the parent accordingly. Years ago, in a city mission school, there was a rough group of boys who constantly tried to provoke their teachers. Discipline had to be enforced because some boys even attacked the teachers. At times, physical restraint was necessary just to keep the teachers safe. But even then, the teachers acted with love, and the boys could sense this. Then one day, the young superintendent of that school, who had often held back boys using firm but calm control, lost his self-command. One boy mocked him by making fun of him alongside the name of a lady teacher, and the superintendent reacted more harshly than usual. The boy instantly pulled back and said, "Trumbull, you're mad, and that's wicked." That moment taught the young man a lesson he never forgot. It showed him that his real authority over those boys was a moral one, and it depended entirely on his ability to control himself. The boys' goal was to make him angry. If they succeeded, he had lost, and they knew it. This is a lesson every parent would do well to learn. When a parent punishes a child calmly and in love, without being stirred by anger, the child is more likely to see that the punishment is fair and won't be tempted to respond with anger of their own. One little girl, after being told by her father not to do a certain thing or else he would have to punish her, later met him when he came home and confessed that she had disobeyed. Her father told her how sorry he was to hear that. "But you said, Papa, that you would punish me for it," she reminded him. "Yes, my dear child, and I must keep my word," he replied. Then, as he gently pulled her close, he explained why punishment was necessary. Looking up at him with tearful eyes full of trust, she asked, "You don't like to punish me, do you, Papa?" "No, my child," he answered sincerely. "It hurts you more than it hurts me, doesn't it, Papa?" she asked with concern for him. "Yes, indeed it does, my darling," he replied. That punishment, given and received in such a spirit, brought no friction between them, only growth. It helped them both in a way that punishment given in anger, no matter how just, never could. As a general rule, a child should not be punished unless he knew at the time that what he was doing was wrong and deserved punishment. It is not fair for a parent to punish a child for something that wasn't clearly warned against beforehand. Just as it isn't fair for a government to make a law and then punish people for breaking it before the law existed. But when a child understands in advance that a wrong action brings a certain punishment, he's far less likely to see it as unfair, and in such cases, the parent has no reason to punish while angry. Punishment given by an angry parent hurts both the parent and the child. The parent suffers by giving in to anger. The child suffers by witnessing their parent do wrong. A child can be taught to understand they deserve punishment, but they don't need to be taught to see that it's wrong to be punished in anger. They already know. No parent should punish a child for any reason except to help the child. And to truly help a child through punishment, the parent must, without fail, hold back from punishing in anger. Chapter 22. Scolding is never right. Proverbs 15, verse 1. A soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 12, verse 18. There is one whose rash words are like sword thrusts, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Proverbs 29, verse 11. A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back. Many fathers who would never strike their child feel free to scold them. And a scolding mother isn't always thought to be harsh or unjust. Yet while it may sometimes be right to spank a child, it is never right to scold one. Scolding has no place in raising a child or in any part of life. To scold means to lash out with noisy, harsh words. The word itself has roots tied to barking or shouting. It has always carried a negative meaning. In civil law, a common scold is officially recognized as a public nuisance, someone neighbors can take legal action against. This was true long ago, and it remains true today, as John Skelton said over 400 years ago. A slanderous tongue, a tongue of a scold, works more mischief than can be told. Scolding always comes from a wrong spirit and a loss of self-control. This is just as true when a gentle mother scolds her child for breaking toys or ruining a third outfit in one morning by playing in the gutter, as it is when two women shout insults at each other on the street. Though their words may differ, the spirit and the method are the same. Heated words flowing from strong emotion that should be restrained. And in both cases, it is still scolding. And scolding is never right. When a child does wrong, they need to be corrected. But no parent should try to correct a child until they can speak in a calm voice, using thoughtful and measured words. If a parent feels tempted to speak quickly, to overflow with words, or to show rising emotion, their first duty is to regain self-control. Until that control is restored, they should not attempt any form of correction. Losing self-control means losing the ability to lead or influence others. This is true whether in parenting or any other area of life. Mr. Hammond, in his excellent book on dog training, makes this very point to dog trainers. You must keep perfectly cool and show no sign of anger or impatience. If you cannot control your temper, you are not the one to train a dog. He also says, do not speak to your pupil in anything but your ordinary tone of voice. And knowing how hard this can be, he wisely adds, if your nerves begin to strain, leave him at once and wait until you are calm before continuing. That's wise advice for training a dog or a child. In both cases, loud, angry speech, scolding, is never the right way. When giving commands or correction to a child, fewer words, spoken calmly, are better. A child quickly learns that scolding means less than quiet, serious speech. In fact, some children even learn to sit silently while the scolding runs its course, waiting for the emotional storm to pass. There are times when a parent should explain in detail what the child did wrong, what the consequences are, and why the child should choose differently next time. But even then, those words should be gentle and controlled, spoken with calm seriousness. Scolding, quick, emotional speech filled with complaint and blame, is never a proper way to train or guide a child. Most parents, even those who are loving and gentle, scold their children at times. Few children can honestly say, "My parents never scold me." And many children are raised well in spite of being scolded. Many parents are good parents even though they scold. But no child is ever truly helped by a scolding. No parent ever strengthens or blesses their child through it. Scolding may not always cause great harm, but it is always out of place. If scolding has any benefit at all, it is for the one doing the scolding, not the one receiving it. It is the outburst of emotion that rises when provoked. But it never helps the child, and it never builds up anyone watching. It may bring some momentary release to the scolder, but at the cost of influence and peace. If any parent truly feels they must scold, they should go into a private room and scold alone, where no child can be harmed by it. But let it be clear, in the training of a child, scolding is never right. Chapter 23. Dealing tenderly with a child's fears. Even the best child may be full of fears, and when a child is fearful, they need careful, gentle handling, so that those fears don't take deep root in their heart. Fears are a natural part of childhood, and every parent must train their child with this in mind. Knowing how to deal wisely, firmly, and tenderly with a child's fears is one of the most important parts of parenting. First, understand that a child's fears are not a sign of weakness. In fact, The stronger a child is in character, the more likely he is to wrestle with fears. The more thoughtful and sensitive a child is, the more real dangers and imagined ones he will recognize and feel. So a child's fears deserve respect and gentle care, not ridicule or harshness. Fear is not the same as cowardice. Fear is a sharp awareness of danger, whether that danger is real or imagined. Cowardice is the unwillingness to face that danger. Fear shows moral sensitivity. Cowardice shows a lack of strength. A child or adult can be completely free of cowardice while still feeling many fears. The difference lies in how those fears are handled. One person fights through them, the other gives up at their first appearance. It is not a compliment to say of a child, "He doesn't know what fear is." A child should know what fear is. He is missing something important if he doesn't. The same is true of any brave man. The truly courageous soldier is not the one who feels no fear, but the one who refuses to be controlled by it. A soldier without a strong awareness of danger cannot do his duty well. Often the most careful and prepared soldiers are those who feel the most fear, but know how to act in spite of it. General Braddock, who had no fears, rushed ahead into failure. George Washington, with wise and timely fears, acted with wisdom in crisis. The Apostles' words say the same thing. "Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall." Or, in other words, let the one who feels no fear be careful, because it may be his lack of fear that leads to failure. A child's fears take different forms, and because of this, each type must be handled differently. Some fears are reasonable, some are unreasoning, others are purely imaginary, some are based on thought and experience. Some come without thinking at all, and others are born out of a child's imagination and fantasy. One child may struggle more with one kind of fear, while another child may struggle with another. But every child deals with all three kinds, to some extent. For example, a child who has fallen while trying to walk or climb stairs may be afraid to try again. That is a reasonable fear based on a real experience. A burnt child dreads the fire. Another child might be afraid of loud noises, strangers, or the wind slamming shutters, even when he knows what's causing the sound. He may tremble during thunder or lightning, not because he thinks it will hurt him, but simply because of the overwhelming sense of power in the storm. These are instinctive fears not based on reason, though they still have real triggers. Then there are fears driven by imagination. A child might be afraid to be alone in the dark or frightened by made-up stories of ghosts or goblins. These fears are born in the mind and fueled by what others have said. Clearly, it would make no sense to treat all of these fears in exactly the same way. A wise parent must learn how to respond to each type of fear with understanding, not impatience. In fact, a child would be showing a lack of common sense if he were never afraid of real danger. If a child had no fear of falling, no fear of fire, water, sharp tools, fast-moving wagons or machines, that would not show courage. It would reveal a lack of proper thought or awareness. Yet it's also true that children differ greatly in how much fear they show in the face of danger. One child may be too cautious, while another may take reckless risks. But even the most timid child can be taught to face and overcome fear. This is proven by the way some native cultures train children to swim before they can walk, or climb as soon as they can stand. Even circus trainers can teach the children of modern parents to perform daring acrobatics. The challenge for a wise parent is this: how to help a child grow braver and more confident without showing harshness or ignoring their feelings, as is often done by careless trainers or cruel methods. This kind of gentle but firm training is a duty worth every parent's attention. Because these fears come from a child's reasoning mind, They should be addressed with reason. A child should not be punished, threatened, or mocked for having fears, but should instead be gently encouraged and guided toward overcoming them. Fears are not shameful. They are a part of being human, so a child should not be treated harshly for having them, but rather helped to see that fears can be faced and mastered. He should be supported with kindness and encouragement as he learns to do this. Many children have grown into brave and steady people because their parents wisely and gently helped them see their own strength and guided them in learning how to use it. On the other hand, many children have been held back because they were laughed at for their fears. When a child sees that facing his fears brings ridicule, he may choose to avoid the struggle just to avoid the shame. But when a parent is patient and tender, showing the better path without teasing or severity, the child gains both confidence and strength. Unreasoning or instinctive fears are common in every child, whether bright or slow. These fears are a kind of natural protection built into human nature. It's good that a child is cautious around people he doesn't know or is uneasy with things that seem threatening. He ought to be sensitive to sudden noises or to the power of storms. These instinctive fears serve as warnings, and part of a parent's job is to help the child understand which fears are wise and which can be let go. This requires tenderness, patience, and wisdom. For example, if a child is afraid of the wind moaning around the house or the shutters banging on a winter night, it's no help to dismiss his fear by saying, "Oh, nonsense! What are you afraid of? That's just the wind." This only shows the child that the parent doesn't care or understand. But if the parent gently says, "Does that sound scare you? Or let me tell you what it is," and then explains how the wind clears the air and even plays music through wires or trees, the child begins to think differently. Instead of being frightened, he may start to listen with interest and maybe even enjoyment. One good mother tried to calm her little boy's fear of thunder by telling him it was God's voice speaking from the sky. But that idea was too much for him to grasp at his young age. The sound of the thunder itself was what scared him, no matter what caused it. So when the next crash came, he whimpered, "Mama, baby doesn't like God's voice." That mother was wise and gentle enough not to scold her child for not yet understanding or accepting that explanation. Another parent, a father just as wise and kind, handled his little daughter's fear of thunder in a different way. When a storm came, he held her in his arms and took her out onto the porch. He told her he wanted to show her something beautiful. Then he explained how the clouds were making music and how the light from the storm would always flash before the sound came. He invited her to watch with him for both the light and the music. His joy and gentleness won her attention and helped draw her away from fear. Before long, she could listen to the thunder as the voice of God with awe rather than fear. If more parents responded to their children's fears with this kind of loving wisdom, there would be far fewer children burdened by fears that were never properly understood or guided. But the hardest fears to handle are those born purely from a child's imagination. These fears, though invisible, can feel very real and very strong, and no other fears require as much patience and tender care as these. The children most affected by imaginary fears are often the most sensitive, the most thoughtful, and the most imaginative. These children are not weak, they are finely made. But because of their vivid imagination, they are more prone to fears others may never feel or understand. Adults who lack imagination, or who are very practical and unemotional, often cannot grasp how real and overwhelming these fears can be. Because of this, they may dismiss these fears too quickly. When what the child truly needs is compassion, careful listening, and steady reassurance. These deep, imaginative fears are often treated with the least care, even though they require the most. Because these fears do not come from reason, they cannot be removed by reason. Since they come from the imagination, they must be addressed through the imagination. It is not enough to tell a child, "That's silly," or "There's nothing to be afraid of." These fears are real to the child, real in the world of their imagination, and must be treated as such. Children feel these fears deeply, and some people carry them into adulthood. One minister, well past middle age, once admitted that he still felt a sudden fear every time he walked up from the basement late at night after tending the furnace, afraid something might grab his feet from the darkness below. He knew it wasn't logical, but the fear remained. Another man, a soldier who had fought in 20 battles, once said he would rather face combat again than be alone in a silent, empty house in the middle of the day. Neither of these men was superstitious. Their fears didn't come from belief in ghosts, but from an active imagination, the fear of something unseen and unknown. Their imaginations made those fears feel real, and because their imaginations were strong, the fears had power. So how foolish it would be to blame a child with a vivid imagination for feeling the same way. It is precisely because the child is thoughtful, sensitive, and creative that such fears arise, and they should be treated with care, not shame. For these kinds of fears, so-called heroic methods, forcing a child to face the dark or to sleep alone, are not always the right solution. A child might learn to walk into the dark or sleep away from others and still carry the same fear inside. And if parents talk about these fears as foolish or shameful, the child may stop talking about them, but the fear remains. Worse, the child may begin to feel humiliated and alone, burdened by a fear they still carry but are now afraid to express. Instead of pushing a sensitive child too hard, by making them walk a lonely path at night or sleep far from others, it is often better to wait, to be patient, and to show tenderness. A wise parent gives their child clear evidence of sympathy and quiet support. They do not dismiss the fear, nor do they scold the child for it. Instead, they walk with the child through it, offering gentle understanding and loving help as the child slowly learns to master it. The greatest help a parent can give a child in facing fears of the imagination is to awaken in that child, through the imagination itself, a strong sense of God's constant presence. When fear is strongest, this awareness can bring real comfort and peace. One little girl, waking in the night, called out to her parents. When her father came to her bedside, she told him she was afraid to be alone. Instead of scolding her, he gently said, "There's a verse in the Bible just for a time like this. I want you to remember it whenever you feel afraid. It comes from one of David's Psalms where he says to the Lord, 'What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee.'" He encouraged her to say it like a prayer whenever she woke up frightened, assuring her that the Good Shepherd would hear her and protect her. She repeated the verse after him and immediately felt how fitting it was for her. As her father then prayed with loving faith to the God of David, she came to feel how close God really was, even in the darkest, scariest moments. That verse stayed with her, and from that point on, her faith helped calm her fears day and night. A child's imagination must be treated with care. Parents should shield it as much as they can from unnecessary fears, especially those stirred up by foolish stories of ghosts, witches, or monsters, whether told by caregivers or read in inappropriate books. But whether a child's imaginative fears are many or few, they should always be met with gentleness by a loving parent, not dismissed, ignored, or harshly silenced. Many children have been harmed for life by parents who brushed aside their fears without thought or kindness. But every child could be helped for life by a parent's patient and compassionate care when fears arise. There is no part of a child's heart where he more needs sympathy than in his fears, and the very fact that he feels such fear shows he is sensitive in a way that is not weakness, but a part of his design. That sensitivity is sacred. It must never be mocked or handled roughly, especially not by the ones who love him most and who are trusted to raise him with wisdom and care. Chapter 24. The Sorrows of Children. The trials and sorrows of children are often overlooked by parents and teachers. People tend to speak of childhood as a time of carefree happiness, imagining that boys and girls live lighter-hearted than they ever will again. But nothing could be more mistaken. In reality, the dark side of life is seen first, while the brighter side comes later. Man is born unto trouble, as the sparks fly upward. A child's first sound is a cry, not a laugh, and he will cry many times before he ever smiles. Every mother knows how easily even the best-behaved baby can cry. It is not the joyful laughter of children that most tests a mother's patience and skill, but their tears. Only through careful training and loving discipline does a child learn to hold back tears and find gladness in his place in life. Every burden of life seems to weigh most heavily on a child. The disappointments are many. A child is denied more often than he is granted. He faces disappointment daily, even hourly. The baby cannot reach the moon, or play with dangerous objects like a razor or a teapot, or crawl into the fire. The older child cannot eat all he wants, go wherever he pleases, or always have his parents nearby. As he grows, he faces the demands of schoolwork, the hurts of being left out, or the wounds of unkindness from friends. Later still, he learns the struggles of temptation, the pain of injustice, and the deep wrongs of life in a fallen world. As children grow older, they learn not to cry over every little sorrow. They begin to control their emotions and resist tears when things do not go their way, when friends disappoint them, or when dreams don't come true. They learn how to think through their troubles, to see the good that may come in time, and to understand that not every desire is for their good. They learn to believe that even hard things can be used for their benefit, and that time will ease their pain. In this way, life's troubles often feel lighter to the mature than to the young. Even when adults suffer far more than children ever do, they become less sensitive over time. Their pain becomes more familiar. They grow used to it and can carry what once would have crushed them. But children are still learning how to carry sorrow. Their pain is real, and they need compassion, not dismissal. Their hearts are soft, and their wounds run deep. Parents must remember this if they wish to guide and love them well. As people grow older, they often forget how deeply they once felt as children. Their own early sorrows and struggles fade from memory. They fail to recall how heavy life's burdens seemed when they were young. Adults may even convince themselves that the things which trouble them now never affected them in childhood. It begins to seem in their view that children's problems are too small to matter much, even to children themselves. So as they watch children laughing and playing, they conclude that childhood is an age without sorrow, and may even long to return to it themselves, imagining it to be a time of peace, free from grief and care. But sorrow is always measured in proportion. Just as people value different things, so they grieve over different things. What matters little to one may mean everything to another. A child may mourn the loss of a small object with the same depth of emotion that an adult feels when losing something far more valuable in adult eyes. A father might think a broken toy is nothing, but to the child, it could feel like a true disaster. The sorrow of a child losing his toy might equal the sorrow of a man losing his job or fortune. If a child is rejected or shamed by friends, that pain may be as sharp to him as public disgrace would be to an adult. Once a little girl overheard talk at the dinner table about robbers stealing a neighbor's silver. With a serious face, she whispered to her mother, "Mama, do robbers take dolls?" Dolls were her treasure. If robbers might steal them, the world suddenly seemed dangerous. Her mother answered kindly, "No, my dear, robbers don't want dolls. Why would they take them?" The girl replied, "I didn't know, but maybe they'd want them for their little girls." In her mind, dolls were precious, not just for herself, but for all children, even those in robbers' homes. Once she knew her dolls were safe, her fear faded. What did silver or jewels matter, as long as the dolls were left untouched? A child's sense of what is important may not match an adult's, but the sorrow they feel over those things is just as real. A wise parent will remember that truth and treat every sorrow of childhood with respect, tenderness, and understanding. It must be a deep and painful weight on a child's mind and heart to drive him to suicide. Yet the suicide of a child is not as rare as many imagine. Official reports from France show a noticeable number of children among the yearly suicides. England reports hundreds each year. America is much the same. Month after month, newspapers tell of children who end their own lives because of some crushing trial or sorrow. "Forgive me for committing suicide," wrote a bright, affectionate boy to his father just before carrying out his plan. "I am tired of life," he added. All the details showed that he acted with a clear mind, but a breaking heart. And most adults can remember moments from their own childhood when disappointment, grief, or a sense of injustice felt so heavy that life seemed hardly worth living, and the thought of death did not seem frightening. It was childish, of course, yet that is exactly the lesson for parents. Childish griefs are still real griefs, and they press heavily on a child's soul. One clear lesson from these facts is this: children need the comfort and joy of Christian faith in this present life just as surely as the aged need Christian hope for the life to come. The best way to help a child see the brighter side of life is to lead him to trust in an almighty Savior who loves him, who rules all things wisely, and who promises to make all things work together for his good if he trusts him and walks in his ways. The invitations and promises of the Bible are exactly what a child needs to give him happiness and hope, both for now and for eternity. Chapter 25. The Place of Sympathy in Child Training. A child needs sympathy nearly as much as he needs love, and yet, for every 10 children who are loved by their parents, only one may truly feel their parents' sympathy. Most parents understand that loving their children is a duty, but far fewer realize that they are also called to sympathize with their children, to enter into their thoughts, feelings, and experiences with understanding. Among children who are not physically mistreated, there is often no deeper source of unhappiness than the absence of parental sympathy. And at the same time, there is no greater influence a parent can have for shaping a child's character and habits than through sincere, visible sympathy. Love can exist all on one side. It may be offered without being returned. It can go unrecognized, and it may not change the heart it reaches out to. But sympathy is different. It is, by nature, a shared experience. It arises in response to another's feelings or needs. It is built on connection, on shared suffering, desires or joys, and for that reason, it almost always finds a welcome. Love may be given before it is wanted. Sympathy comes only when it is called for, and it is always received with gratitude. A child wants someone to feel with him more than someone to direct him. If he has fallen and hurt himself, what comforts him most is not being told, "Don't cry," or "That's nothing." What helps him is being spoken to with real understanding, someone who sees and honors his pain, who praises his effort to be brave through it. The love that tends the wound is helpful, but the sympathy that shares in the hurt is what reaches his heart. Often, the best way to help a child calm down or find strength is not by explaining what he should do, but by first showing that you feel with him. This is just as true in joy as in sorrow. A child wants you to delight with him in what he finds exciting, not just to permit his happiness, but to share in it. Approval is good, but shared joy is better. Even Herbert Spencer, not known for emphasizing the softer side of human nature, recognized how strongly children long for sympathy, especially in their discoveries and mental growth. He notes how an infant will hold a toy close to your face, wanting you to see it too, or how a baby, having made a new sound, will repeat it while watching you, trying to draw you into the experience. Older children run to their mothers exclaiming, "Look at this!" or "See what I found!" And often, they only stop when they've been told too many times, "Don't bother me." But the desire for shared attention and shared delight is strong in every child. Children want someone to enter their world, to care about what they see and think and feel. That longing is not a weakness. It is an invitation to love, to guide, and to shape a child's life through shared experience and heartfelt connection. Many parents are more willing to give their children toys than to share in the joy those toys bring. They are quicker to push their children toward learning than to enter into their children's excitement when knowledge is gained. They may try to make up for losses by replacing what was lost, but they rarely grieve with their children over the loss itself. And in doing so, they lose much of their influence. This lack of sympathy weakens their ability to guide their children's hearts. But some parents do sympathize with their children in everything, and those parents, as a result, hold great influence. They are able to gently shape their children's character and choices almost at will. For when two people are in full sympathy, the stronger one will naturally guide the other. To sympathize with someone, you must be able to put yourself in their place, in both thought and feeling. You must stand in their shoes, see what they see, and feel what they feel. You may not agree with their view, but you must begin by understanding it. Before you can guide them forward, you must meet them where they are. In many relationships, sympathy is hard because of differences in background, personality, or way of thinking. But between parent and child, sympathy should be possible, because the parent can and should learn to understand the child's way of seeing the world. How a child ought to feel is one thing. How a child does feel is another, and only the child truly knows the latter. A parent may know what is right and true, but unless the parent first understands the child's actual thoughts and feelings, he cannot draw close enough to guide him wisely. Simply standing apart and saying, "You should think this," or "You should feel that," often discourages the child, who sees how far he still is from what he's told is right. But if the parent stands beside the child, acknowledging his current feelings and offering gentle direction towards something better, the child is far more likely to listen, to trust, and to change. Sympathy opens the way for influence, and influence, once won through understanding, is the true strength of a wise and loving parent. When a parent fails to show interest in a child's everyday joys and activities, whether it's play, school, or friendships, they miss a key opportunity to draw close to that child's heart. A child wants not only permission to enjoy those things, but companionship in the enjoyment. When a parent is eager to hear about a game, a school project, or a friendship, when they listen and respond with genuine interest, the child's delight is deepened, and their bond with the parent is strengthened. That relationship becomes rooted in shared experience, not just duty or authority. But when a parent shows little interest, the child must carry those experiences alone. Though the parent is physically near, the child learns to live a part of his emotional life as though he were parentless. Even more important is the parent's sympathy when the child is weak, struggling, or has done wrong. Every child longs for understanding at the point of greatest vulnerability. When the child feels guilt or shame or is wrestling with temptation, their instinct is not just to hide, but to confess, if they believe they'll be met with sympathy. If they come with open hearts and are received with grace and understanding, it draws them closer, builds trust, and keeps the lines of communication alive. But if the child is met with coldness, harshness, or confusion, they shut down. Instead of turning to their parent, they turn inward and begin carrying their burdens alone. This is how emotional distance and secrecy begin in families. A powerful parent-child relationship is one in which the child feels safe to say even the worst thing, because they know their parent will understand, not be shocked, and will help them walk through it. If a parent's first concern is the child's sorrow over a broken item, and not the item itself, that child learns love that heals rather than condemns. And with that kind of trust in place, children grow into honesty, resilience, and moral strength. Herbert Spencer's warning is apt. Too often, children view their parents as friend-enemies, loving in theory but not emotionally accessible. The remedy is not just to love more, but to show that love through shared feeling, to become the most reliable source of sympathy in a child's life. When parents are that, when they're the ones children want to talk to first, whether they're hurt, excited, guilty, or confused, then they hold a power for good in that child's life that no rule, punishment, or well-meaning advice alone could ever match. The power of sympathy is not something purely instinctive. It must often be learned and developed. A parent who does not naturally feel sympathy can still train himself to grow in it, especially toward a child who also struggles to show it. This begins with a sense of responsibility. The parent must recognize that it is his duty to understand how the child thinks and feels, and to move toward that child gently and patiently. The goal is not simply to correct the child, but to connect with him, standing beside him in compassion in order to guide him toward better thoughts, feelings, and actions. Without this connection, even the deepest and most sacrificial love may fail to influence the child. Love without sympathy remains distant and ineffective. But love shaped by sympathy, love that sees and feels with the child, has power to shape the heart. Chapter 26. The Influence of the Home Atmosphere. In nature, all life depends on the atmosphere. No matter what else is provided, life cannot exist without it. It is the atmosphere that makes possible the wide variety of plant and animal life in the earth, sea, and sky. But the same atmosphere can also bring death if it contains elements that are harmful to life. When people debate the age of humanity's presence on Earth, a key part of the mystery is what kind of atmosphere the Earth had at different times in the past. Likewise, the question of whether other planets can support life depends largely on whether they have a suitable atmosphere. In short, life and death are in the atmosphere. It's not just the parts that make up the atmosphere that determine whether it gives life or brings death, but also its temperature and movement. If the air doesn't have enough oxygen, it causes death. If the air isn't warm enough, even with enough oxygen, it still can't sustain life. And even if both warmth and oxygen are present, strong, fast-moving air can still bring death. No good gardener would ignore the importance of the right atmosphere for his most precious plants. And no wise doctor would overlook the health effects of the air surrounding his patients. Just as this is true in the natural world, it is just as true in the moral world. Life and death are in the atmosphere. So every home must ask a crucial question. Is the atmosphere of this home suitable for a child's life and growth, for the strengthening and unfolding of their best nature? That question cannot always be answered with a yes. And if the answer is no, it does little good to focus on smaller methods of training used in the home. The atmosphere of a home is the spirit that fills it, seen in the actions and attitudes of the parents and of everyone the parents influence. This atmosphere, like air itself, is not seen, but it is felt. Its effects are easy to notice, but the cause is often understood only by what it produces. In fact, the better the atmosphere of a home, the more quietly and deeply its influence spreads. It is only when the atmosphere of a home is harmful to those who live in it that it becomes obvious as a negative force. Otherwise, its presence is known mainly through the good or bad results it brings. You enter one home, and as you spend time with the family, you sense the warm air of love and understanding. Parents and children seem to live for each other, sharing joy and working together in harmony. There is a quiet peace that fills the home. It is clear that everything in that home's moral and emotional atmosphere helps nurture and grow the best parts of a child's nature. In such a home, it is clearly easier for a child to grow in goodness and do what is right. You visit another home, and from the very first greeting, you feel the coldness in the air. Something in the atmosphere makes you uncomfortable. You know that part of a child's heart needs warmth to grow, and that warmth is missing here. In another home, you feel the heat of constant stress and pressure, a hurried, overactive way of life that seems to dry out the tender feelings of the children growing there. In yet another place, sudden outbursts of anger sweep through the home like storms, making it a dangerous place for a young heart, even if things seem calm between the outbursts. In every case, it is the home atmosphere that determines the true direction of the child's training. Because of how much this atmosphere matters, parents must take seriously their responsibility for the kind of air they create and allow in the home. It's not enough to have high hopes and goals for their children, or to teach and guide them toward those goals. They must make sure the very spirit of the home helps develop the kind of character they hope to see in their children. That atmosphere should be filled with the pure air of love for God and for others. It must not be overheated with too many social demands, nor chilled by a lack of affection, but warm, calm, and life-giving in the daily rhythm of family life. It must be gentle and peaceful in the way people speak and relate to one another. This kind of atmosphere is possible. It is also what every home should strive to have. Every home has its own atmosphere, either healthy or harmful. Parents are always responsible for the kind of atmosphere in their home, whether they realize it or not. To create a right atmosphere for their children, parents must first be right themselves. They must avoid polluting the home with unkind words or negative thoughts, chilling it with cold or unsympathetic behavior, overheating it with excessive excitement, or disturbing its peace with restlessness, constant criticism, or angry outbursts. Parents should, in a way, keep track of the barometer and thermometer of their home's social life. making sure its emotional climate is steady and protected from sudden storms. Only with this careful attention can the home provide the atmosphere that children need for healthy growth. Chapter 27. The Power of a Mother's Love. When we consider all the forces that shape a child through training, a mother's love is unmatched. There is no human love like a mother's, no tenderness like hers. The earliest years of a child's life are the most critical for a mother to show her love and care. If this time is neglected, nothing in the future can fully make up for the loss, for either mother or child. But if this time is used well, every following year will show the lasting benefit. Even when a person seems resistant to all good influences, memories of a mother's prayers and tears often remain a powerful force that cannot be broken. A mother continues to influence a man in adulthood precisely because she was so important to him in childhood. Although God calls himself our Father, he compares his love to that of a mother to reveal its tenderness and steadfast faithfulness. As one whom his mother comforts, so will I comfort you, he says, inviting the weary and burdened to come and find rest, sympathy, and encouragement, just as a child finds comfort on a mother's shoulder. Can a woman forget her nursing child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb, God asks, pointing to the deepest and most faithful human love. Then to show that his care is even surer than a mother's, he adds, Yea, they may forget, yet will not I forget thee. David, a man after God's own heart, could find no words to express his deep trust in God, like when he said, When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. Nor could he find a stronger image of the deepest human sorrow than when he said, I bowed down heavily, as one that mourneth for his mother. When David's greater son hung on the cross, carrying the weight of a lost world, he could momentarily turn from the work of eternal redemption to recognize the love and faithfulness of his mother at his side, and with his dying breath, commend her to the care of his beloved disciple. The Bible is full of stories showing a mother's love. Hagar weeping in the desert over her starving son, Rachel mourning for her children, refusing comfort because they were gone, Jochebed serving Pharaoh's household just so she could nurse her own baby, Hannah rejoicing before God over her long-awaited son, the true mother in Solomon's court willing to give up her child to save it, Rizpah guarding the bodies of her slain sons for months, neither letting birds by day nor beasts by night touch them, the wife of Jeroboam desperate to reach her dying son, knowing he would die before she got there, the widow of Zarephath and the Shunammite woman pleading with the prophet for the life of their dead children, the mother of James and John asking Jesus for special blessings for her sons, the Syro-Phoenician woman boldly insisting on help for her severely afflicted daughter, the mother of Timothy teaching lessons that still influence the world today, and the list goes on. These were mothers chosen by God to be remembered in the sacred record, and even now there are mothers like them all around us. The Bible clearly commands us to honor our mothers, just as it gives many examples of a mother's deep love. Honor your father and your mother is a command that comes with a special promise of blessing. Solomon also said, Do not turn away from your mother's teaching, and do not look down on her when she is old. It is foolish and unnatural not to love and thank your mother while she is still alive. Good children always rise up and call her blessed, knowing that a mother's love is one of God's greatest gifts. In ancient times, even if a queen who was a wife had little respect, a queen who was a mother was honored, not because of her royal title, but because she was the king's mother. The writer Thomas Carlyle once said about his mother's death, "A mother dead It is a turning point in life for all of us, and each of us feels it deeply, as if no one else could feel it the same way. While she was still alive, he said, "If I could choose from every mother I have ever seen, I would still choose my own." A mother can never be replaced. Her absence is deeply felt, even by sons who once undervalued her affection. A true man never outgrows a dependence on his mother's care and sympathy. His hair may turn gray, he may have children and grandchildren, yet while his mother lives, he remains her boy. When she dies, he first feels the full emptiness of being motherless. There is no one else to look to with the unquestioning confidence and comfort a loving mother gives. The shelter she provides is gone, and he feels unprotected from life's trials. As the saying goes, a mother is a mother still, the holiest thing alive. Biography confirms this truth again and again. Even a man whose mother still lives can feel its force. Take the example of Dr. Johnson, often gruff and difficult. At 50, with his mother 90, he writes to her tenderly, "You have been the best mother and I believe the best woman in the world. I thank you for your indulgence to me and beg forgiveness of all that I have done ill and of all that I have omitted to do well." He concludes, "I am, dear, dear mother, your dutiful son." Similarly, Luther, a man known for his courage and fiery spirit, turns from religious battles to write to his aged and dying mother, "I am deeply sorrowful that I cannot be with you in the flesh, as I fain would be. All your children pray for you." These examples show that the love and respect for a mother endures throughout life, shaping the character and hearts of her children. John Quincy Adams' mother lived to be 74, yet he had never outgrown his sense of dependence on her when she passed away. He wrote, "My mother was an angel upon earth. She was the real personification of female virtue, of piety, of charity, of ever active and never intermitting benevolence. O God, could she have been spared yet a little longer. I have enjoyed but for short seasons, and at long distant intervals, the happiness of her society, yet she has been to me more than a mother. She has been a spirit from above watching over me for good and contributing, by my mere consciousness of her existence, to the comfort of my life. That consciousness has gone, and without her the world feels to me like a solitude." Even in old age, the memory of a mother's love remained powerful. President Knott of Union College, over 90 years old and long past his prime, could be soothed to sleep in his final hours by gentle touches and lullabies, recalling the care of his mother as if she were still present. Lord Macaulay, often called cold-hearted, never forgot the unique value of a mother's love. He said, "In after life you may have friends, fond, dear, kind friends, but never will you have again the inexpressible love and gentleness lavished upon you which a mother bestows. Often do I sigh, in my struggles with the hard, uncaring world, for the sweet, deep security I felt when, of an evening, nestling in her bosom, I listened to some quiet tale, suitable to my age, read in her untiring voice. Never can I forget her sweet glances cast upon me when I appeared asleep, never her kiss of peace at night. Years have passed since we laid her beside my father in the old churchyard, yet still her voice whispers from the grave and her eye watches over me as I visit spots long since hallowed to the memory of my mother." Napoleon Bonaparte, despite his self-reliance and independence, always looked up to his mother with reverent affection. He often said he owed all he was and all he had to her character and loving care. "Ah, what a woman! Where shall we look for her equal?" he said. "She watched over us with unparalleled care. Every low or selfish feeling was discouraged. She allowed only what was noble and uplifting to take root in our young minds. Losses, hardships, fatigue, nothing shook her. She endured all, braved all. She had the energy of a man, combined with the gentleness and delicacy of a woman. Even as a lonely prisoner on St. Helena, when all else seemed lost, he found comfort in the thought, "My mother loves me." The man who had ruled a world still felt grateful dependence on a mother's love. "My opinion is," he said, "that the future good or bad conduct of a child depends entirely upon its mother." A similar truth was seen in a young American officer dying at the close of the Civil War. He had been away from home much of his life and for 4 years had faced the hardships of active military service. Yet when his mother, who had traveled from the north to be with him, entered his room, everything changed. His anxious, troubled expression vanished. His fear and doubt disappeared, and with a deep sigh of relief he said, "Ah, Mother's come. It's all right now." In that moment, the weary soldier was once more a comforted child, soothed by the presence of a loving mother. Every man, soldier, statesman, scholar, or divine remains a child to his mother to the very end. It is the best part of a man that keeps him childlike toward a loving mother. Without a mother's love, that truest side of a man would never fully develop for his own good and for her reward. Being a good mother requires effort, patience, and endurance, but no earthly reward can compare with the love a faithful mother earns from her child. If mothers could fully realize how much their patient, gentle care shapes their children, even the saddest would grow more hopeful, encouraged by the sure knowledge that their efforts are making a lasting difference. Chapter 28. Allowing Play to a Child's Imagination. A child's imagination plays a far greater role in their thoughts and feelings than it does in an adult's, and wise child training must recognize this. A child's mind is full of vivid images that they know are not real, yet these images still impress and influence them. It is often right to allow a child to play with their imagination, even though it would be wrong to let them speak or be taught what is actually false. Even very young children can distinguish between fact and make-believe. For example, a baby in its mother's lap may pull a string attached to a chair and pretend it is driving a horse. As the child grows, they may straddle a stick and call it horseback riding, excitedly telling their parent about the long ride they are taking. It is neither a parent's duty nor fair to insist that the child acknowledge the horse is only imaginary. Here the child is not being deceived and therefore does not need correction. But it would be wrong for a parent to allow the child to claim as fact that the father actually took them riding when he did not. In that case, the statement would be false, whereas in imaginative play, it is simply a stretch of fancy. Both parent and child can understand the difference between make-believe and reality. A little girl may delight in setting a table with buttons for plates and cups, serving bread, cake, and tea to her guests. She will feel pleased if her mother warmly compliments the tea, but hurt if her mother coldly points out it is only a button. Here the play is not deception. It has the power of an imagined reality. Through such play with dolls and other toys, children develop some of the truest instincts of adulthood, forming the foundation for character in both men and women. This distinction helps guide how parents handle traditions like Santa Claus and Christmas Eve. The underlying truth is that on the night of Jesus' birth, a messenger comes to bring gifts to children. How that messenger comes and who he is belong to the realm of imagination. A child should know the truth, but also be allowed to enjoy a measure of fancy. For example, showing all the Christmas gifts ahead of time would leave no room for the child's imagination, which is neither wise nor kind. Likewise, Presenting Santa Claus and his reindeer as literal facts is wrong, as some children have been frightened by the idea that Santa would refuse gifts if they were awake. The child should understand the truth as truth and enjoy the fancy as fancy. The same principle applies to Bible teaching. Saying Jesus is the Good Shepherd presents a truth in a fanciful form. Children need guidance to distinguish the measure of truth from the sweep of fancy, otherwise they may misunderstand, as some have taken the metaphor literally and suffered anxiety. At every stage of training, the false must be avoided, but the fanciful should be encouraged. This also applies to fairy tales. A child can safely enjoy well-chosen fairy tales, knowing they are entirely imaginative, while fictitious but falsely presented religious stories can mislead. It is not the wholly fanciful, but the deceptively false, that is most likely to cause lasting harm to a child's mind and character. A child's imagination can be freely encouraged in play, in speech, and in reading. Children are quite capable of distinguishing between what is fanciful and what is false, often as well as their parents. What they need guidance with is the line between what is morally false and what is real. It greatly benefits a child to have parents who understand this distinction and are ready to provide the guidance needed. Chapter 29. Giving Added Value to a Child's Christmas. Christmas is a special day for children because of the gifts they receive. But the true value of a Christmas gift depends on the love and care of the giver. Children value most the thought, effort, and personal interest behind a gift, whether or not they fully realize it. The Christmas tree and stocking add to this value, but they require patient, loving work from parents the night before. The more a child is invited to explore, discover, and earn their gifts through playful curiosity, the more they enjoy and value them. Preparing a memorable Christmas morning takes time, skill, and effort, but it is worth it, for these memories remain with a child for life. Parents should gladly use this opportunity as a form of child training, shaping joy, patience, and gratitude. Some people have perfected the art of making Christmas unforgettable for children. One man, without children of his own, devoted himself to bringing happiness to other people's children. His methods were always creative and varied, so the children he welcomed would say, "There was never anything like this before." For one Christmas, he spent weeks preparing. Money he spent freely, but more importantly, he worked day and evening with a loving sister to make everything just right for the children. On Christmas Eve, the children, nieces, nephews, and others, gathered in his home, full of eager anticipation. On Christmas morning, none overslept. Their stockings hung empty from the mantel, without a single package in sight. Breakfast came first, to leave the rest of the day free for fun. Then each child approached their stocking and found only a small card, hanging from a thread over the mantel. The card contained a rhyming clue inviting them to follow the thread throughout the house to discover a special surprise. For example, "Charlie, dear, if you'll follow your nose, and your nose will follow this string throughout the house, wherever it goes, you will come to a pretty thing." The gifts themselves were only part of the joy. The excitement, curiosity, and playful effort added immeasurably to the value of the day. Each stocking told a similar story in a slightly different way, and every child held a delicate thread, curious where it would lead, waiting for the signal to begin. At the word, they all set off together. The house was full of treasures from around the world, richly furnished and filled with art and fancy. The breakfast room was paneled in carved wood and hung with ancient Gobelin tapestry. The threads led the children past a large Swiss clock, along the walls under the tapestry, through a parlor with Cordova leather panels, into a picture-filled reception room, and even up through a colored glass skylight. Excited, the children ran through the marble-tiled hall, up the polished walnut staircase, and continued the chase on the upper floors. From that point, the thread separated, leading each child through corridors lined with Saracen tiles, Italian majolica, and Sèvres porcelain, behind paintings, through a well-stocked library, into closets of fishing and hunting gear, and through rooms adorned with Turkish mats and Persian embroidery. Up to the third story and down the banister rail, the threads guided the children, who followed with breathless excitement. It was a joyful hour for both children and adults. Eventually, all threads converged under a closed door at the rear of the house. The children waited until everyone had arrived, then the door was opened. In the center of the room stood 7 enormous pasteboard Christmas boots, each holding 1 to 3 pecks of gifts, overflowing and marked with the children's names. Each child grabbed a boot and hurried back to the breakfast room. The surprises continued. The children sat together on the floor, opening 1 package at a time so everyone could enjoy each reveal. Many packages contained directions for passing gifts to another child, creating a chain of giving and anticipation that filled the morning with delight. The children's joy was boundless, and the uncle and aunt who planned it shared in the happiness they had created. While the gifts were beautiful, the real magic lay in the playful hunt throughout the house, the prolonged excitement, and the sense of discovery. These gifts held added value because the giver had poured so much of himself into preparing and distributing them. This illustrates a broader truth. Making children happy is not just about giving gifts, but about giving yourself with your gifts. It does not matter whether a home is wealthy or modest, or whether the gifts are many or few. The giver's love and personal involvement make the day memorable, reflecting the example of him who gave himself to us, who delights in our joys as well as our needs, and who promises something even greater beyond understanding, to satisfy our deepest hopes. Chapter 30. Goodnight Words. The time when children most need to hear loving words is at bedtime. Goodnight words should be the best words parents can speak, for they carry great power. Yet not all parents realize this, and not all children experience it. A child's last waking thoughts have a strong influence on their mind and heart, shaping impressions and character for life. When a child leaves play and turns to sleep, they feel a special sense of dependence and loneliness. At that moment, they crave sympathy, appreciate kindness, and are hurt by harshness or cold neglect. A child delights in kneeling by a parent's knee for evening prayer, or having a parent kneel with them. Words of approval or encouragement before a goodnight kiss bring warmth and gratitude to a child's heart. The gentle touch of a mother's hand or lips on the forehead leaves a lasting impression, making the home feel bright and dear. At that hour, a child reflects on the day, regrets unkind words or actions, and is ready to confess mistakes and make new resolutions for better conduct. No matter how quickly a child grows in other ways, they do not outgrow the joy of a mother's good night. As long as she visits the bedside with a kiss and a loving word, the child treasures it as a priceless part of home. At no other time do gentle, tender words from a mother sink so deeply or leave such a lasting influence on a child's heart. There are young men and women who still treasure their mother's goodnight kiss with the same affection as when they were children. Many others, even far from home, thank God for the lasting memories of these tender tokens of a mother's love. Yet bedtime is one of the moments when parents are most likely to err. Parents are often tired, their patience low, and if children are not quiet or prompt, they may be rebuked more sharply than earlier in the day. Too often, children go to bed feeling wronged, brooding over the day's harsh words or actions. Their pillows may be wet with tears, and repeated harshness at this sensitive hour can embitter their hearts, leaving lasting impressions. Some parents even postpone punishment until bedtime, turning this otherwise gentle hour into a time of scolding or whipping. Many children, like those in the nursery rhyme of the old woman who lived in a shoe, receive more discipline at night than at any other time. Phrases like, "If you don't go to sleep, I'll come up there and just make you," often echo longest in a child's memory. Some mothers, thinking it harmless, withhold the goodnight kiss as a punishment for slight misbehavior. This is especially cruel because the child treasures it above all else at that hour. Such a practice causes immediate grief, and repeated use can weaken the parent-child bond, diminishing the value of the goodnight kiss. In fact, more children are harmed by harshness or injustice at bedtime than from almost any other single cause in home life. Even when parents are not harsh, they often make the mistake of emphasizing a child's faults or failures at bedtime. This can unnecessarily sadden and depress the child, casting a shadow over what should be the most restful and hopeful hour of the day. Instruction at this time should focus on presenting a standard for the child to strive toward, rather than dwelling on past misdeeds. The final impressions of the day should be of peace, joy, and holy hope. A sensitive little boy long ago slept in a trundle bed, rolled under his parents' bed by day and brought out at night. From his lonely room, he could hear his parents' voices in the sitting room across the hall. This awareness, at first, cheered him, filling his imagination in the quiet darkness. After receiving loving good-night words and kisses, the boy would often call out from his trundle bed, "Are you there, Papa?" His father would answer cheerfully, "Yes, my child, I am here." The boy would then ask, "You'll take care of me tonight, Papa, won't you?" The father's reassuring reply, "Yes, I'll take care of you, my child. Go to sleep now. Good night," allowed the little boy to rest peacefully. Comforted by these assuring words, a small act to the father, yet a great one to the sensitive child, it shaped the boy's life, strengthened his bond with his father, and taught him dependence on the loving care of the All-Father. Even as an adult father and grandfather, he recalls that lesson, looking through the shadows of his earthly sleeping place to the far-off light of his heavenly Father, calling out in childlike trust, "Father, you'll take care of me tonight, won't you?" And he hears the assuring answer, "He that keepeth thee will not slumber. The Lord shall keep thee from all evil. He shall keep thy soul. Sleep, my child, in peace." Thus he experiences the twofold blessing of a father's good-night words, comfort and lasting trust. A wise parent will treasure and use the children's bedtime as a golden hour for shaping hearts. There should be no severity or punishment at that time. Every word spoken should be gentle and affectionate. The good-night words of parents are often the ones children remember most vividly in later years, reflecting the spirit and influence of their parents. Since each night's sleep subtly reminds us of life's final rest, parents should make their good-night words those they would be glad to have remembered by their children if their voices were silenced forever. They should also be words the parents themselves can recall with joy, even if their children's ears never hear them again. You have finished listening to this book. Visit scrollreader.com to listen to more free audiobooks. We recommend Gardner Spring's book, Hints to Parents, a sermon on the religious education of children.